Basha Musherena Azankwa Galamse Azankwa Yaba Ebatis the petrol so Azankwa Omobaye Azankwa Boko Amon Country President Mahama say Obaye Azankwa Atro Ene Adada. Once again, let me acknowledge the presence of our young man, our Kessben fraternity. I can see you. You are duly acknowledged. Chairman Ousu Seche and your people, Ahafo region, you are duly acknowledged. We also acknowledge our hard-working, mighty minority led by Osahini Alexander Afenyo Martin. Osahini Alexander Afenyo Martin. We acknowledge your presence. Our external branches. China is here. Canada is here. Denmark, you are here. Australia, duly acknowledged. Austria, Belgium, Cote d'Ivoire, Equatorial Guinea, Finland, you are here. France, Germany, Holland. Italy, Japan, Nigeria, Norway, Middle East, Qatar, Senegal, South Africa, South Korea, Spain, Sweden, Togo, United Kingdom, USA, Czech Republic, Hong Kong, and Russia. All our 30 external branches, you are duly welcome to this conference. Again, to all our National Council members of elders, we acknowledge your presence. We thank you very much for this occasion. Again, let me acknowledge some important personalities. The MP for Bosomtwe, former Minister Education, he contributed to the success of this event. Honorable Yao Edichu is here with us. We thank you. Again, MP for Abetifi, former Minister in charge of Agriculture, Honorable Brian Echampong, thank you very much for your support. Again, we also have our own engineer, former General Secretary, Mr. Kwabena Ejapong, also here with us. Our respected elder, Mr. Boachi Ejako, is also here with us. We again acknowledge and the effort, the support, the contribution of the former MP for Assin Central, Openia Waya MP da Assin Central, Mfiebebre, Honorable Kennedy Akompreko Japan. Honorable, thank you very much for your support. Conference is grateful for your massive support. Thank you very much. Let's also acknowledge the effort, the support, the phenomenal contribution of the former Vice President of the Republic, the former presidential candidate 2024, and his spouse, His Excellency Al-Hajj Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia. Thank you very much for your support.
Don't just stand there and watch.
Let me also acknowledge the presence and support of the the support and contribution of the first ever female chief of staff, our own mom, Honorable Froma Akosia Froma Osei Opare Mami. Thank you very much for your support. Former MMDCs, you are duly acknowledged. Former MPs, you are welcome. Former parliamentary candidates, you are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tescom! Hello, Tescom! We are here for you and we see you. Thank you very much for representing from all the over 200 institutions across the country. We continue with the fraternal messages from invited political parties. Let us welcome the Labour Party of Ghana, LPG, Madam Sophia Apalu, Mr. Jerry Owusu, Mr. William Ano, Mr. Kwesi Ameyao, and Miss Emanuela Sesi. The delegation is led by Mr. Jerry Owusu, who is the General Secretary of the Labour Party of Ghana. Let's give them a round of applause. LPG, you are welcome.
Good afternoon. When we say LPG, you respond and when you hear LPG for the second time, you respond Someha, not Someha, na Yankonkwa. LPG. Mr. Chairman, the former President J.A. Kufuor, the former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the former Vice President Dr. Ahaji Mahmudu Baumia, and all protocols duly observed. We bring you greetings from the Liberal Party of Ghana. Mr. Percival Kofi Apalu would have loved to be here himself, but duty calls elsewhere. Our national chairperson also wishes everybody well. Npp, this is not the first time being in an opposition. We know you've been responsible opposition party, and we know you continue to be responsible. This day, against you and your appointees. I have not heard anything about what is really happening with the a lot of eminent members, their images were tarnished, and we sit aloof and watch while Deloitte said they have not done anything wrong. They did not spend any Ghana's money. What are we doing as opposition parties? We need to rise. We need to put in effort. The people lie, and they are now putting Ghanaians in captivity. I know from today, Npp is going to stop Matthew Macau and all those stars and start fighting for Ghana. We are all in politics fighting for our mother Ghana. So if we sit aloof and point fingers at ourselves and watch NDC and the government put us into captivity, where are we going as a nation? I am urging everybody here. We have the voice. Let us not be afraid of what happened at Ablekuma. Not. Let's not be fighting. The voice of the people is the voice of the Lord. We will match them as opposition parties, and we will not be afraid. They might have whatever number, they might think of whatever they intend doing, but will not materialize. Let's not forget what they are doing with our Chief Justice. We need to be more vocal.
1 minute. 1 minute.
God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make it a great nation and a strong one. Yadamwasi.
LPG, thank you so much for the message. And finally, we are the new patriotic party. We are a center-right ideological party, and we are supported here today by the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, and the Christian Democratic Union from Germany. We welcome on stage Anna Vasefaf, the country representative of Conrad, and Dr. Joseph Damo, the program director, as they give us their well-wish message.
Your Excellencies, honored dignitaries, and party members from all over Ghana, and party members from all over Ghana. It is with great pride that I stand here before you today to reaffirm the heartfelt cooperation between MPP and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, or KAS in short, a German political foundation that is committed to the fostering of democratic and political exchange across countries and that has been active in Ghana since 60 years. Our collaboration with MPP spans decades and is built on a common foundation: the belief in democratic participation for every citizen, the power of a market-orientated economy that allows prosperity for everybody, and the responsibility of the state for its people. We are honored to support the vision of MPP, a vision of a Ghana where opportunities, freedom and dignity are not privileges, but the right of every citizen. All over the world, we are currently navigating challenging times where trust in institutions is increasingly under pressure. In both Ghana and Germany, we are called to find new ways to remain responsive to the everyday concerns of our citizens, be it jobs, education, security, or social cohesion. In an ever-changing world, ladies and gentlemen, there is no greater truth than this: challenges are best met together. The long-standing collaboration between MPP and KAS is a practical expression of solidarity between democratic forces across continents. As we look ahead, let us continue to stand together, KAS and MPP, in pursuit of a common goal: a democratic future marked by peace, by prosperity, and the well-being of all people. Thank you very much.
And with that, we come to the end of the messages from all our well-wishers. Thank you, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and the Christian Democratic Union. Next, we have messages from internal personalities. I hand over now to my co-MC, the interesting, amazing Henry Nanabuachi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now you will receive a message from the young, dynamic General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, your General Secretary, my General Secretary, everybody's General Secretary, lawyer,
chairman for conference, our revered acting vice chairman, Chairman Dankwa Smith-Bute, Your Excellencies, the former President J. Kufuor, and former President Nana Dankwa Kufuor, Your Excellency, the former Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mohammed Baumia, and your spouse, Her Excellency Hajia Samira Baumia, members of Steering Committee, members of National Executive Committee, members of National Council, our dear delegates of the annual Delegates Conference, our revered minority leader, our members of Parliament, our revered National Council of Elders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to present the state of our party to delegates. We went into our elections in 2024. Our hope, our prayer was for us to win the elections. But as the will of God is not the will of man, we couldn't win the elections. After our defeat, the party never sat down. The party, through National Council, the second highest decision-making body of the party, constituted a committee referred to as the Elections Review Committee, chaired by Professor Aaron Michael Quay, to go around the country to inquire from the rank and file of our party and to ascertain the reasons why we couldn't win the elections in 2024. The committee completed their work and reported to the National Council somewhere in April. The committee made several recommendations, some involving amendment to our constitution. And based on that, the National Council, which is the second highest decision-making body of our party, constituted the amendment committee chaired by lawyer Frank Davis to look at proposals from Professor Aaron Michael Quay's committee, to look for proposals in 2021 when we met in Kumasi, to also receive proposals from our external branches, our TESCOM, our youth wing, and from the rank and file of the party. The committee completed their work, and in line with Article 19 of our Constitution, we are here today to look at the proposals that were submitted to the amendment committee, which has been grouped into motions, which is made up of 56 motions for National Delegates Conference to take the decisions on the motion. Today we are gathered here as National Delegates Conference, but it's important that we also, just as the National Treasurer said, just as the National Organizer also said, to show our esteem, appreciation to some personalities who made it possible for us to meet today as conference. Indeed, the party is extremely grateful to our former Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mohammed Baumia, for the massive support he gave to us to be able to organize this conference. With a round of applause, let's show appreciation to the former Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mohammed Baumia. Again, we also want to show our deepest appreciation to our former Member of Parliament, Ascent Central, Honorable Kennedy Akoprako Ejapon, for the massive contribution he also made it possible for our conference to come on. We are also grateful to our MP for Abetifi, Honorable Brian Echampong, for also making significant contribution for us to be able to hold this conference, and also MP for Bosonche constituency, Honorable Edichum, We are also very grateful. The Finance Committee, we are grateful for the support, the work that you did. Madam former Chief of Staff, we are also very grateful for the work that you did for us. Ladies and gentlemen of Congress, today marks the beginning of our quest, of our journey of recapturing power in 2028. And today is a very important day for us, a very important exercise that we are going to undertake today. And I plead with conference that whatever decision that we are supposed to take today, do not look at individuals, do not look at personalities, but look at the interests of the New Patriotic Party. As National Council took several decisions, I report to conference that the National Council, after several deliberations, several engagements, several consultations, have come and given that directive that on January 31st, 2026, the party shall hold its presidential primaries. And we know it is something that is fully supported by conference. It is for good reasons that as a party, as we prepare for the 2028 elections, we need to quickly do away with all our internal elections so that we will have enough time to unite as a party and prosecute the agenda of winning the elections in 2028. Ladies and gentlemen of the conference, the party not long ago also established what we refer to as the Patriotic Institute. And the Patriotic Institute is a game changer for our party. An institute that is going to train, give orientation to all the rank and file of our party, for us to appreciate and understand the history of our party, our ideology, and also to equip our communicators on how to communicate effectively and discern our information to the whole country. Not long ago, the National Executive Committee of the party, they satisfied with the decision by the Electoral Commission to do a rerun in some 19 polling stations in Ablekumanov, decided to boycott the whole election process. And as the party took the decision, it was done for good reasons. Because National Executive Committee, upon all the information, the evidence that was adduced at NEC, came to the firm conclusion that indeed the NPP had won the elections at Ablekumanov. We had all our scam copies of our pin sheets in the 281 polling stations, which gave us a clear winning of 414 votes. And therefore, we were surprised that the Electoral Commission decided to call for a rerun. On principle, we felt that it was a wrong decision and it's a bad precedent being set by the Electoral Commission. And this is very dangerous for our future politics and future elections. Ladies and gentlemen of Congress, one area that the party is very, very, very serious about is discipline in our party. Let us all understand that today we are national officers of the party, we are members of Parliament, we are members of Council of Elders, but people have occupied these positions before. And therefore, those who have the intentions of aspiring to lead the party, be it as flag bearer, be it as national officers, we must understand that our individual interest cannot override the supreme interest of the New Patriotic Party. And therefore, any person who has any intention to lead our party must respect the structures of our party and must respect authority of the New Patriotic Party. I call on you, conference, that the party has clearly given directives, and until we officially open nominations for aspirants or aspiring aspirants to go around the country to convince and talk to the rank and file of our party. Let us continue to deny people from coming to our regions and our constituencies, because we must be a disciplined party, and anyone who wants to lead the party must also exhibit discipline. Today, as I indicated, is going to pave the way for us to have victory in 2028. And as a party, we must look each other in the eye and remember who we are. We are not broken. We are not defeated. Neither have we lost. We are builders. We are dreamers. We are fighters. We are servants of the Ghanaian people. So I ask you today, what is our purpose? Why do we gather here? Why do we wear the blue, red, and white colors of this party with pride? It is because we believe. We believe in development, in freedom. We believe in responsibilities. We believe in enterprise. We believe in the future of Ghana. Ghana needs us. The youth are watching us. The farmers are watching us. The traders are watching us. Let us fight as one body with one identified vision and ambition to make sure that this abysmal performance from the NDC government, Ghanaians are looking for alternatives, and Ghanaians want to come back to MPP. Ghanaians know that our government offers the better solutions to their problems. But at the end of the day, they want to vote for an opposition party that is ready for power. And therefore, actions, inactions that seeks to divide us, that bring acrimony, that bring tension to us, needs to be relegated so that Ghanaians will see us as a proper, responsible, and viable opposition party that will wrestle them from the misery that they are going under the watch of His Excellency John Mahama and the NDC government. Ghanaians are asking the NDC questions. Ghanaians are asking President John Mahama, you promised us that you are going to reset the country for the better. You made noise about Galamsey in Ghana. You got certain civil society groups to come after our administration under His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Today, what is the state of Galamsey in Ghana? To the extent that in his own backyard, in his own constituency, Galamsey is everywhere. Galamsey there, Galamsey where, Galamsey everywhere in Bali Bamboy constituency. President Mahama, Ghanaians are also asking, what is the position of the NDC on the LGBTQ bill? You have gone silent on it, and Ghanaians are asking questions. Religious bodies are asking questions. That the promise that you made, that when you come into government, you will pass the bill. We are waiting for you. And again, Ghanaians are asking you that we are suffering with your D-levy. The hardship on us is something which is very unbearable. And Ghanaians are asking questions on your government. Ghanaians never knew that your reset meant mass terminations of appointments. People who have worked in government institutions without necessarily having any political affiliations have been told to go home under your government. Is it the 24-hour economy you promised us, which meant mass dismissal and termination of appointment? Fellow Kukudites, ladies and gentlemen, let our answer be loud. Let it be clear. Let it be bold. Yes, yes, the New Patriotic Party is ready. The New Patriotic Party will use this conference as a tool in our attempt to recapture power in 2028. And with a united front, devoid of individualism, I can assure you, I can tell you that in 2028, victory is coming. In 2028, the New Patriotic Party will win the elections. In 2028, Ghana will feel the New Patriotic Party in the hand of our friends. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
On your feet, let's do it together.
Very energetic message from the General Secretary. Quick introductions. We also want to acknowledge our father, our uncle. He is a founding member of the New Patriotic Party, former treasurer, and he is the chairman for the National Council of Elders. Our own father, Honorable Hakman Ouswajiman, thank you very much. We thank you very much for coming. Former chairman, former campaign manager, Chairman McMahon, we thank you. Former national youth organizer, former general secretary, John Brodu, thank you very much. Former national chairman, Honorable Freddie Wasima, and the longest serving leader in Parliament. He was a minority leader, he became a majority leader. Honorable Osei Chei Mensa Botu. Honorable Osei Chei Mensa Botu, thank you very much for gracing this occasion. National Second Vice Chairperson, Madame Rita Talata Sobaya is here. National Third Vice Chairperson, Alhaj Masaludu. Chairman Buga Buga. Chairman, thank you very much for coming. National Nasara Coordinator is here, Alhaj Aziz Futa. And again, the National Youth Organizer, Salam Mustafa, is also here. Kate Jamfua is the National Women's Organizer. National Treasurer just delivered his report. Again, before I call on the next speaker, let me acknowledge the leadership in Parliament. They are doing an excellent work in Parliament. Led by the Osangri Alexander Afenyo Makin, we have the Deputy Minority Leader as our own mother, Honorable Patricia Apeje, MP Asoka. Chief Whip, MP in Sawan, is also Honorable Frank Anna Dampre. Deputy Chief Whips, Honorable Habib Idrisu Tolan, and Jerry Ahmed Shaibu Weja. On that note, let me welcome our leader in Parliament, the leader of the mighty minority, the man who is doing so well, the young man making waves, Honorable Alexander Afenyo Makin, to give us a message from our Parliament. Honorable Kwamina Afenyo Makin, you are welcome to deliver. let us recall the piercing wisdom of our revered former President John Agyekum Kufuor. It is better to be a cleaner in a party in power than the General Secretary of a party in opposition. These words echo with urgency today as we gather in the shadow of our 2024 defeat. A loss that stings, not because we failed, but because Ghana is now paying the price for trusting the NDC's hollow promises. Barely months into their tenure, the NDC's betrayal is glaring. New levies on fuel have spiked pump prices, crushing ordinary Ghanaians. Their pledge to end Galamsey has collapsed into chaos. The president calls it a national emergency, yet refuses to declare a state of emergency. Their vow to reset our nation has become a brazen assault on our judiciary, starting with the shameful vilification of our Chief Justice. Their promise of change, a sham, with schemes afoot to funnel our mineral wealth to their cronies. Worst of all, the questionable Ablekumanot rerun, where NDC-affiliated tax attacked our candidates, Nana Ekwe-Afriye, former MP Hawa Kumsin, and journalists exposed their willingness to trample democracy with violence. The message is clear. NDC is a failure. Ghana deserves better. Our 2024 loss exposed our cracks, internal rifts, faltering resolve, and a message that didn't connect. Yet this defeat is not our end. It is our crucible, fortifying us for the battles ahead. You must channel this moment of disillusionment into a movement of renewal, turning pain into purpose. Let me share a story that should humble all of us. In 2005, a democratically elected leader stood at the gate of American Embassy in New Delhi, holding a valid passport, but facing an insurmountable barrier. The United States had denied Narendra Modi a visa, not for any criminal conviction, but because the world had judged him guilty. Imagine that moment of profound isolation. Here was a man who had won the trust of millions, yet reduced to persona non grata on the global stage. The humiliation was complete. The path forward seemed impossible. But Modi made a choice that day that would define not his future, but the destiny of his party and some 1.5 billion people. Today, that same man commands audience at the G20, addresses joint sessions of the United States Congress, and leads one of the world's most growing economies. Recently, he visited our republic and addressed our parliament, stating, "True democracy promotes discussions and debates. It unites people. It supports dignity and promotes human rights." I couldn't agree more. Modi's journey from global pariah to world statesman offers us, the MPP, a roadmap from our current wilderness to future victory. Modi's resurrection began with a revolutionary principle. In a nation fractured by castes, religious, ethnic, and linguistic differences, he declared, "All the citizens, all the voters are my countrymen." Fellow patriots, look around us this very afternoon. Look at the divisions that have sprouted like weeds since our defeat. We cannot, we must not allow 2024 to become the year that destroyed the MPP. From this moment, we speak with one voice. We move with one resolve. We are not Achim, Ashanti, Fante, Mamprushi, Gonja, Gan, or Ewe. We are MPP. We are not North or South. We are Ghana first.
Modi's transformation was built on principles that never wavered: service before self, performance over promises, dignity through opportunity. These values are not foreign to us. They are our foundation. Buzia believed in service before self. Dankwa championed dignity through opportunity. Dombo sacrificed his leadership rights and fought for performance over promises. We have not lost our way because we forgot our policies. We have lost our way because we abandoned our principles. Modi's political resurrection was built on methodical grassroots mobilization. From the mid-1980s onwards, he trekked to villages others ignored, sat with farmers others dismissed, and listened to the dreams others regarded as impossible. Perhaps we became a party talking to itself in Accra. We must become a party of Ghana talking to Ghana. Our constituency executives must master every polling station. Our polling station chairpersons must know every voter. Our electoral area coordinators must understand every community's dreams. Modi's greatest achievement was rebranding not just himself, but India's entire narrative. The country known for poverty became known for possibilities. But this rebranding wasn't cosmetic, it was substantive. We cannot rebrand ourselves through better slogans. We must rebrand ourselves through better results and strong character. This conference marks a pivotal moment in our party's journey. As we gather under the theme, rebuilding together with our values, we are called not only to reflect, but to renew. We are called to look inward and ask ourselves the hard questions. Who are we? What binds us? And where are we going? We are in a season that demands sober reflection, radical unity, and a return to first principles. This is a time of transition, a time when we are repositioning as a party in opposition. It is a time to rebuild, a time to reconnect with our grassroots, to re-express our ideals with clarity, and reconnect to the Ghanaian people with bold new vision for the future. We are at a critical juncture as a party, not because our tradition is broken, but because it is being tested by an electoral defeat, internal tensions, unmet expectations, and the competing ambition of people who want to serve. But let us remind ourselves, ambition must never override party loyalty. Competition must never erode patriotism, and political differences must never poison the well of unity. Dear patriots, every political tradition, every movement that has endured storms and achieved victories has been built on one unshakable foundation: unity. Without unity, we are just individuals with ambition. But with unity, we become a force, a party with direction, discipline, and destiny. Unity does not mean uniformity. It doesn't mean we all agree on everything. It means loyalty to a shared purpose. It means commitment to the flag, the same values, and the same future. The MPP has never been merely a political organization. We are a tradition built on the sweat, sacrifice, and convictions of patriots who came before us. Patriots who believed in liberty, human dignity, the rule of law, and the boundless potential of the Ghanaian people, realized through the active participation of the private sector. These values must be our compass, especially now. For us as a party, the Modi story is instructive. The lesson for us is simple. It is possible to rebuild, and leadership is empty without a united party. Like the BJP, we have known both power and opposition, We have faced criticism and internal differences, but unity is the absence of is not the absence of disagreement. It is a decision to prioritize collective strength over individual ambition. If we are to reclaim our position of leadership and trust, we must first reclaim the spirit of unity, discipline, and shared purpose that build this party. We must reconnect with the base, re-engage the grassroots, and rise together, not as isolated contenders, but as unified movement driven by conviction and clarity. Like the BJP, our party too must rediscover the principle and the ethos that define our founding fathers. We must rebuild, yes, but not as a scattered stones. We must rebuild together, brick by brick, anchored in our values and in the unshakable belief that no individual is bigger than the NPP. That belief must reflect our tone, our language, our strategy, and most importantly, in our posture towards one another. Internal discord, suspicions, and disunity have cost us. We must learn from our losses, and we must do so quickly. And I ask again, what are our values? Our party, guided by the enduring motto, development in freedom, stands for democratic accountability, the rule of law, free enterprise, and national self-confidence. Rooted in the Dankwa Dombo Buzia tradition, we are inspired by a deep sense of perseverance, resilience, and an unyielding faith in Ghana's manifest destiny as a free, just, and prosperous society of opportunities. We believe in building a nation where every Ghanaian, regardless of the circumstance of birth, gender, ethnicity, or religion, must be offered the chance to rise through merit, effort, and enterprise. Our vision of a property-owning democracy has evolved beyond land or housing to mean giving every citizen a stake in national progress through education, healthcare, financial inclusion, and decent jobs. Every child and youth must be equipped with the skills, values, confidence, and opportunity to be entrepreneurial or to climb the professional career ladder. From rural development and bold social interventions to industrialization, the NPP remains committed to inclusive growth, law and order, and empowering all Ghanaians to shape their own destinies in a free society. We believe in inclusive growth that lifts farmers, teachers, traders, and students together. We stand for law and order, the bedrock of peace and progress. We uphold democratic accountability where leaders serve, not rule. Because in this party, we believe Ghana's greatness lies in the hands of her people. Your sweat, your courage, and your dreams. In freedom, you, the Ghanaian, are the author of your destiny. This is our covenant. They are the binding principles of the NPP. The NPP has never been a party of despair. We are a party of destiny. But that destiny will slip from our hands if we allow disunity, bitterness, anger, and self-interest to consume us. Let us end the hate campaigns and the subtle sabotage. It is time to choose unity over ego and party over self. If we fight one another, we will end up falling together. But if we fight for one another, we shall rise together. We have known victory and defeat. We've made mistakes, but we are not a broken party. We are only a battle-tested party. We must not allow current challenges to blur our vision or break our ranks. Yes, we have differences. Yes, we've made mistakes, but we must never forget we are what we stand for and where we are going. Let this be a reminder. No matter how talented a leader is, they are nothing without a united, disciplined, and visionary party behind them. That symbiosis, leader and party rising together, it's what we must seek to achieve. No individual can make it alone. Everyone needs the party. Since the NDC government assumed office in January, we've witnessed a very disturbing development. Intimidation of our party members and a dangerous trend of persecution of our leaders and supporters. These attacks are not random. They are strategic attempts to weaken us, but they will fail. They will fail because our response will be unity. Our motto moving forward from today should be touch one, touch all. When one of us is touched, all of us must rise. We are one family, and the strength of our family is its loyalty in crisis. If we choose unity over ego, purpose over personal ambition, no force can ever stop us in 2028. When we are united, no external force can divide us. But when we are divided, even our strength can be used against us. Rebuilding does not mean avoiding or overlooking our differences. It means confronting them with maturity. It means refusing to let factions become permanent fractures. It means calling each other back to the center, the core which brought us this far. Your servant in Parliament hereby assure you through me that the MPP caucus remains resolute. We are not retreating. We are strong, united and committed to the values and ideologies of our party. We shall continue to defend the legacy of our party in Parliament, hold governments accountable, and show the Ghanaian people that we remain the better alternative. To our aspiring candidates, let this be a season of sober reflection. There is room for all of us at the table, but there is no room for selfish ambition. Let us rise above the temptation to win at all costs and choose instead to serve at all costs. Delegates, the future of our party rests in the choices we make today. Let us choose unity over division. Let us all rally around our elected leaders and reignite hope among our base. To our grassroots, you are the lifeblood of this great tradition. Your sacrifices, your patience, and unwavering loyalty have kept us afloat in seasons of triumph and in valleys of loss. And so to you, I say, hold on, do not lose hope. We shall rise again. The elephant has only stumbled. It has not been defeated. You have never given up on us, and we, your servants in Parliament, will never give up on you either. And to our youth, you form the majority, and your energy, your voice, and your ideas are not just welcome, they are essential. Kessben, this is your moment. Stay grounded to our values. Stay focused on the bigger picture. Know that the future of this party belongs to you, the Kessben youth, and our youth scattered all over the country. Learn from the elders in Parliament. Don't insult them. Engage them. Absorb their wisdom and grow with a strong conviction of our party and what it stands for. That way, you can also lead with clarity, build with purpose, and sustain the MPP legacy that has been entrusted to you. It is time to stop feeling sorry for ourselves. Yes, we lost 2024 elections in a big way, but let us be clear, this was not a defeat born out of failure. It was a perfect storm of adversity no government in the Fourth Republic has ever had. From the banking crisis that threatened to collapse our financial system, which we spent billions fixing, restoring confidence and stability, to the global COVID-19 pandemic that brought the world to its knees. Then came the Russia-Ukraine war, unleashing the harshest cost of living crisis in generation. And through it all, we governed with a hung parliament and an opposition speaker. No government in our democratic history faced this scale of compounded crisis. Yet, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in the driving seat, we held the line. We do not downplay the struggle the Ghanaian people had to endure, but we should commend them because it was a sacrifices day, including the bondholders made, which led to the big economic recovery we started witnessing from early 2024. We endured, the people endured, and still we delivered. That was leadership, tested best in major crisis. We should not be shy of the mighty gains we made under very difficult circumstances under Nana Akufo-Addo. We fixed the crisis and handed over an economy with stronger GDP growth than what we inherited in 2017. We built historic levels of gold and foreign exchange reserves the current administration is now relying on to prop up the city and support the economy. We created jobs. We built more roads than any government in 8 years span and implemented free SHS, a globally unprecedented feat in a country where most students are boarders. We industrialized like never before, from 1D, 1F and industrial parks to an emerging automotive sector that positions Ghana as a manufacturing hub of Africa's single market. We expanded health infrastructure, revitalized agriculture, and rolled out STEM so boldly. The STEM education agenda, we successfully rolled it out to equip our youth with skills for the jobs of tomorrow. Thanks to Matthew Opoku Prempeh and Dr. Educhum. We set Ghana on irreversible digitalization path, placing our nation at the forefront of promising digital economy and after. Fellow patriots, rather than feeling sorry for ourselves, let us face the truth. We took the hard, necessary decisions to save this economy. And now, Mohammed's government is taking propaganda credit, reaping where it has not sown when they talk about resetting, where it is the so-called 24-hour economy, the gold board or anything else. They are simply rebranding our achievements and marketing them as their own. Let no one be deceived. The foundation they are standing on was laid by this party, by our sacrifices, by our bold leadership in the face of crisis. So no, this party has no reason to hang its head at all. In closing, I want to reiterate our theme, rebuilding together with our values. It is a charge. It is a call to realign, to renew and to rise together. And we rise again in unity and in the enduring spirit of our party, our great NPP. And I say to all of you, though we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, we fear no evil. Let us go back to our roots. Let us rebuild with courage. Let us reimagine our future. And let us reclaim the spirit that built this party. A spirit of sacrifice, of loyalty, of conviction. We've done it before. We can do it again. And let it be that by the grace of God, we will. God bless us all. God bless the MPP. And God bless our beloved nation, Ghana. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The minority leader, the strong and dynamic Honorable Apenyo Markin. We now listen to a message from our immediate past president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The message is going to be read by a very dynamic lady. She's a two-term MP for Ayawaso West Wugon, the very constituency where this stadium, this beautiful edifice is built. She's been a deputy minister before. She has actually received an honorary doctorate, both in the international and national circles. She has received many awards. She has served the MPP with commitment and dedication. And she's the first female chief of staff in Ghana. let us welcome with a round of applause our own very honorable Akusia Frema Osei Opari.
The acting national chairman of the New Patriotic Party and the national executives, the former president, His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor, the former vice president, Dr. Alhaji Mahamadou Bawumia, and spouse, Hajia Samira Bawumia, the minority leader and members of parliament, members of the National Council and members of the Council of Elders, representatives of political parties present, the diplomatic corps, former ministers of state and other government appointees, regional executives, constituency executives, members of TESCON, members of conference, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I read you the message from His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. I feel a profound sense of gratitude for the trust and cooperation conference has shown me from the days of old, and most particularly during my tenure as President of the Republic for 2 consecutive terms. It was a great privilege to serve in that capacity on the ticket of our ever-capable New Patriotic Party. I say ever-capable because of that our non-consecutive periods in government since the 1992 dispensation began. Firstly, under President John Ajekum Kufuor from the 2001 to 2009. And secondly, myself, that is Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, from 2017 to 2025. We have, through it all, demonstrated the resilience of our rank and file against challenges and shown without doubt, as our records have proven, that it is always only under the new patriotic government that Ghana thrives. Today, we gather here at conference as representatives of the teeming mass of party faithfuls across the country to undertake a very important constitutional endeavor. As delegates, it is important to remind ourselves that this crucial representative function for and on behalf of our people transcends being physically present here. Wherever we are from, though we convene here at the University of Ghana, this esteemed institution of learning and history, the acquired sentiments of despair and doubt of the people we are representing today, we most importantly carry their sentiments and expectation and hope. Hope that the key steps we will undertake here will in whole or in part be a formidable effort towards restructuring, rebuilding, and reclaiming the reins of governance of our dear country. And that whilst the path will not always be easy, we will remain deeply proud of the progress made at every step, the lives we touched, and the hope we inspired. Whilst our present situation has been necessitated by circumstances we cannot ignore, I am optimistic through dialogue, mutual understanding, strong commitment to our principles and values, we can rebuild the bridges and restore the unity that has always been our strength. Fellow delegates, conference must reflect what we want all to know, that ours is not just a political party, it is a family. And as is typical of every family, we must find ways to reconcile differences and ensure that every member has a place at the table and is up and ready to be counted. We must unleash inherent energy amongst our youth with enough focus on adequate use of our structures like the recently inaugurated Patriotic Institute to empower them and offer them the opportunities to grow. They are no more the future, they are the present. Their energy, innovation, and resilience must be the driving forces behind our progress on this rebuilding journey. Our efforts must be all-inclusive. That is why structures or laws crafted in a bygone era, which notably do not reflect the realities and aspirations of our contemporary existence, must be opened up and critically examined to follow for proper reforms. Severally, I have stated, and today will be no exception, that we must continue to stand firm and united behind the eternally forthright ideals and principles of the Dankwa Dombo Buzia political tradition, which has proven the most suited political tradition on our Ghanaian market. We must make room for belief to replace doubt. For it was out of nothing that our illustrious forebears found purpose in a melting pot of scenic salt pond to bear what has over the years transformed into the formidable political ticket we have in the NPP. Our conduct, therefore, throughout this period will either reinforce the confidence of the Ghanaian people in the NPP or draw them away from us. Accordingly, I wish us all at the National Annual Delegates Conference, I wish you well and hope that the deliberations will be fruitful. May God bless the new Patriotic Party and us all, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our mother who has made history, the first ever female chief of staff. Thank you very much. Ma Nyame Nhyira. Thank you, Ma Nyame Nhyira. Okay.
Who has the leadership qualities necessary to protect and move forward this extraordinary nation in the next chapter of its progress? Who can lead us to take the next bold steps toward the prosperity and general well-being of every citizen of Ghana? The first focus for those of us in the NPP is 22nd December 2007, when the party's 2008 presidential candidate will be selected by the National Congress. Last week, I completed my nationwide consultation with the rank and file of the party, the renowned water testing exercise, so described by our national chair. The gathering of all 230 constituencies of the country in the Upper East region on Sunday, 23rd 2006.
We know we will.
Kessben 92.9, the Piazzi.
We are going. Heaven knows where we are going. But we know we will get there. Boom, boom, ti-boom, ti-boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, ti-boom, ti-boom, boom.
Understand, say, after that, the reason why they did not allow Obiaso over inside is because when we a national delegate conference, if you are not a delegate, at least that you have no business here. And if you are not Obia and Tiamaki, it's a very big choice. Obia who will have piano and a delegate.
Yes.
Yes. So, over organization,
if you said, no, you men are Baha, and no, I start on the 8. Anna, Yabaha said, Yabana, Yababashania, Yakoso. Yabaya, no share to Christian near the Anomoya. Yapadi near Cassette, Brandy near the MPP Carles Nisa. But I don't pay no more indeed. What must we say? More ages, organization, no more year. We share number now, walk on 171. Could be number walk on 171, number, milk and buy and I'm complaining. But the moment I say numbers now, or one another, Sabrino, a woman, a nipa, only a delegates. Because the umbrella, a delegates for one of the into here, party supporters via so they are on the strategy and on the cano because you know on the cano as a parliament. Now, yeah, the castle, yeah, no, I don't know ever about the can. Samuel Ma, almost a delegacy pay and on number. Party supporters, I don't know about the Feleha. Pay me and no, you come here and say, so we na bi GBBR to over about 300 amendments on the other two dano na proposals amount for the other two dano o mu GBBR wie no the two we delegates here ni o be bia ni nyina to na fe party supporters na o mu nyina kwai anya accreditation no na o mu nyina so abam enti sabe en se no we ya no pepepe no sabe pepe ni o na nti obi a wo na ade ya no about best regions ni and our constituency over 200 constituency ni na no delegates people forward ala wa ase.
All right, yeah, be bad we say ora jo say we catch and say omo person obi a
but before we do so,
ono wa tita for baba
let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of our former ministers. A lot of them are here. We thank you very much.
Because it's a nice opportunity for people to campaign. I must add, as a free idea.
Now, when the
We know we will get there. We are going.
Kessben 92.9.
Heaven knows where we are going. But we know we will get there. Boom boom, T-boom, T-boom, boom boom, boom boom, T-boom, T-boom, boom boom. It will be hard, we know that the road will be muddy and rough, but we will get there. Heaven knows how we will get there. We know we will get there. Boom, boom.
former President J. Kufuor, former President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who I'm sure are watching us, the former Chief of Staff, the former Second Lady, my beautiful Samira, members of Parliament, former ministers and former members of Parliament, former MMDCs, our national executives, external members of external branches, regional executives, constituency executives, electoral area coordinators, polling station executives, and representatives of other political parties, fellow crocodiles. It is with mixed feelings that I welcome you all to this National Delegates Conference.
Hello.
To see the representation of our party from across the country converge once again for conference. I, however, would have wished that we would have been doing so under different circumstances. Yet, still, I am filled with hope that as we reflect and reorganize, we will soon be given the opportunity once again by our countrymen and women to serve and assist in rebuilding and transforming our nation. Crocodiles, the task ahead of us is one that we have to conduct with diligence and measure. In times like this, we should be focused on strengthening our bonds of unity and reinvesting in the ties that bind us. Our foundation and our strength has always been in building a united party. We have been the party that has over the years built the broadest coalition of citizens, not just to win, but to govern. We have been the party that has over the years offered hope to the largest diversity of our peoples. Under our tent, it has not mattered where you come from, whether you are Sofi, Fanti, Ewe, Ashanti, Gadanwe, Krobo, Dagomba, Wala, Dagati, Konkumba, Frafra, or Mampusi. It has not mattered what religion you practice, whether you are a Christian, a Muslim, or a traditional African religious practitioner. It has not mattered whether you are rich or poor, or whether you are formally educated or not. This is why the root of our party resulted from an amalgamation of parties from different parts of Ghana and different interest groups. Let us remind ourselves that the parties that merged to form the United Party included the National Liberation Movement, dominant in Ashanti, the Northern People's Party, representing the Northern Territories, the Muslim Association Party, the Anglo Youth Organization based in the Volta region. Ga Shefiboke represented the Ga interests in Greater Accra region. The Togoland Congress focused on British Togoland interests. The Federation Youth Organization. It is clear, therefore, that the bonds of unity in diversity has been our lifeblood and our foundation. Now more than ever, we must refresh them and desist from any language, character, or actions that divide us. With unity and consistency, we can regain the trust of Ghanaians. If we are fractured and at each other's throats, none of us can cross over and lead us to fulfill this party's purpose. Let me say that tribalism and religious bigotry, from whichever quarters it emanates, pose an existential threat and should have no place in the new patriotic party. We must also be consistent in pursuance of our effort to address not just the challenges within, but more importantly, the challenges that bedevil our motherland. In governance, there are ups and downs. Through the President J. Kufuor and President Nana Akufo-Addo periods, we succeeded at many things with monumental and transformational achievements. Their achievements, these two great presidents, their achievements will stand the test of time. We have also learned useful lessons in how to improve some things in the future. We must remain resolute and consistent in doing the right things again and in applying the lessons the next time. We must ensure that Ghanaians genuinely see the lessons we have learnt and are willing to apply the next time around. We shouldn't be shy about them. It is then that our fellow countrymen and women will give us another opportunity to serve. Ladies and gentlemen, an army that wants to win a battle must exercise discipline within its ranks. Too often, when we are yet to choose leaders, indiscipline, unacceptable language, and unpardonable behavior become the order of the day. In the end, when internal competitions are over, the attacks we would have launched on ourselves become fodder and ammunition which our opponents use to attack us. We experienced it in the 2024 campaign, and we should not let it happen again a second time. This is why I call on all Kukudites to stop internal attacks now. Let's stop the internal attacks now. Let us rather focus on the attempt by the NDC to undermine our democracy and rule of law in trying to remove the Chief Justice. Let us focus on their clear intention to go after the Electoral Commissioner subsequently. Let us focus on the violence and thuggery their hoodlums carried out in the recent Ablekuma election in full view of the police and cameras. I again call on His Excellency the President to bring the perpetrators to book and to remind them that the elephant never forgets. No matter how long it takes, we will prosecute the perpetrators when we assume office in 2029, inshallah. To the leadership of the party, I I ask that you be firm and crack the whip so that discipline is maintained within our ranks. It is with discipline, humility, lessons learned, and the pursuit of a common good for Ghana that we can become the refreshed party we desire. Finally, in all our decisions today and in all our actions towards the reform process, let us be guided by the rule of what is in the best interest of Ghana. At dawn on December 8th, 2024, as I prepared my remarks to concede the election of 2024, my singular focus was on what's in the best interest of Ghana. I am fortified in my heart that as politicians, we should always be guided by what's in the best interest of Ghana at all times. What represents the best example to Ghana's children? What is in Ghana's best interest will always be in the best interest of the NPP. We cannot ever go wrong with that. Let us showcase it more and more as we reflect and rebuild. I have no doubt that notwithstanding the challenges ahead, of which there will be many, if we are united and disciplined and work hard, we will win the 2028 presidential and parliamentary elections by the grace of God. It is still possible. I wish us all a successful annual delegates conference. God bless you. God bless the NPP, and God bless our homeland, Ghana. Assalamu alaikum.
NPP 2024 flag bearer. What is all Casaro? Now, former Benshia constituency youth organizer, former member of parliament, Adama Benshia constituency, I say, Honorable Collins Ousu Amankwa, Honorable Baba. Yes. Ziga. We are out there enjoying ourselves. We are be everything on point, but at the Abakwa me at the bar say, NPP National Delegate Conference, some of the party no want to catch amendment the Benaba. Say if you are getting opportunity, say we are amend the NPP constitution. And we can have a catch it, and the DNA president delegates in the same, also not we pushing it forward. The mayor who said that make the amendment. And I say, one was NPP a party here. Now and then say we're euphoria, we're enthusiasm. The spirit of the party is back. Clearly, it tells you that the elephant is wide awake ahead a year 2028 general elections. Now, Sao Kekani in Kenya na say with united front, Kundieno Ebaya Kese, I'm a new patriotic party. Now, as a party, I was saying who say the Padotua energy to me. The sanity say Yajina Yamra a constitution so say Yabaya Sachaya Kakra Ewo. Now indeed we mean well. I was here who said the Obia can be no sabi. So Obia no chief was a Pacodo. The factors answer no into consideration. Now you're so now you're here. I'm a party no and based on that, the Chitum said, I didn't in fact, one more and the proposals I would buy, were more. In fact, there were more than 300 amendments proposal. And now, part as soon as 56. And I 56. Out of 56, they say the association of some motions said they are no. Carry. It can only be carried whereby say conference, which is the highest decision-making body of our party, ever supporting motion. Conference can decide to reject the motion. I don't think and no titule pie you to make your former presidential candidate, Dr. Mamadou Bawumia Akasawiye, Mejitu say near true sono a year conference to media Cassia Yejina as a protective of our constitution. A national delegates conference, no. Na ya Argentina and Yebia to stand part of the constitution and answer your very rejected. After 2024 elections, some of the political posters and political elections, party activities within the party. Not a name to Papa. They are able to read with the television who trumpet the gospel of the party and party activities there to Papa. But also amendment of the back. And as you almost say, our president annual delegate conference, we have the Bahadwa, which is 2 years instead of every year. So you have the Bahadwa 2 years now, and for the party activities that you can, especially to see other opposition, who have such programs to revitalize the party, what they are such a party, and the mayor of opposition now proposes when you have the Bahadwa 2 years. Affected party activities. The point is party activism and the party programs. Also, you say, as you said, you do my first one in Kayano. Where you said the annual delegates conference. That is an amphibia. Extraordinary delegates conference. And also so emergency BB Bani according to it's when there once a while no every year at least a team ever so beyond that no. And also who's a party now all day a form party be our whole day in us all day of it is sometimes if I look at the way we are so obsessed with who leads the party, whereby say I was here say you bet me enter a very vibrant, very strong and unified party. And Obibia within the Bessia known as flag bearer. In Kundiano, Ebay Brahman, a prepping, no yard, a Kosovo. Abaya Kotu. Yatu the police station. Yatu about national chairman's office. Yatu about office of the flag bearer. Yatu about the police station. So we need to energize the base. We should make sure, say. A constituency party, more dynamic because the constituency party is dynamic. And then the trigger echo electoral area polling station. So there are activities, activism. The one I was here to me. Now you can activity once a day. You try a band and fulfill the army as a party, and fulfill because we do as a party and fulfill and conform for party the Ekoswa say, revitalizing the party, a bit me a bois, I'm a Ubia the Boa, Nanka the Boa Fu, I'm for Traba, I'm from a new party, some program we say at the Obasaba. Many say, people are watching party for Omonia delegates. Now, be sympathizers, it is also party members. when you are Kosona, Mejitumpa say, Oma will say, we are rekindling the spirit of the party. Now, Sanyama, for you no person, for you no person, party's leadership, no. And someone, Sabi, a day, and someone, I think, and Kabom, and someone, Sabi, I think, Asumjia, some young man person, we need to demonstrate high level of genuine reconciliation. We need to demonstrate high level of true reconciliation. We need to ensure unity of purpose. In fact, it's very, very important. Without unity of purpose, we forget. You see, in this country, am I also not here? But to be out of the base, so what statistics here? So what data here? Clearly, what was there? Some two glamorous political parties, MPP and DC, at least we are over 43% of the votes. And it's a year equity from Kakra. Then the chance to send a party here very strong. Yeah. Because we are Ashanti regional, with all the cacophony near the Adinino, clearly, NDC votes are less than 25,000 in terms of votes increment. I just say, Asante man terminal, and yet said you are Mahama NDC. I want to hear what Kono. And what your party, no, and you may be a year, the people see you sanitary in one way, and only punishment to come out. Otherwise, MPP would have won elections. Now, I catch I said a bit of Aquapono. The movie I have to some. The do Roma any other. The young say, part the next year, say you build to contesting the national executive positions now. Every other back for national organizer. What kind of baby say? The baby say that is a great father for national organizer. I think, I refer the better because no one said they will for more. Yes. Yeah, talk about very well. Good. Because I've received so many calls across the country. I just say, people see me not just as a member of NPP, but as a believer of NPP and a believer of this tradition. Now they see that spirit in me. So baby, I hear you. Organizer, say the commercial organizer, chance base. Organizer from microphone. Clearly, you could see that the spirit of the party, I guess, all right, no, I'm going to actually, all over what you say, and they see because me shocked because it appears that everybody say organizer, and so people also say massa we are the mention of no man to us so I think it's a positive cause and I'm going to respond positively now to me actually party no at the Ajira plan because you see I can't depend. So MPP is the only party that want good program, they want good projects, they want good policies for the good people of this country. It is a minor, you maximizing the welfare of the ordinary people. That's the social interventions. They let me a project of one idea. MPP is second to none. It's your hand I was saying. Now with Collins as the next organizer, I can assure you that victory is rest assured. Honorable Yabedasi. Alright. We are former Messia North constituency member of Parliament. Honorable Collins Usama and I'm going to say Yana Etchem Commoner. Saturday, Yenya Ura Frederick Champon. I did one after Achi. The boss for the first time I'm being interviewed. What's about Baba? send your baby woman. You are 2 baby there and then for force MPP Jack, MPP and Bapom, and for a papa to the one year there. My bio, you say, wow, you phone me and you GM for some year. Maybe that's where Sabe revitalizing a party one.
Yes, it's very normal with organization via sanity. My background is the North Side. I study team market tournament. Let me know every maybe a group stage where Kassa we are better than and they're different from what we are seeing. Because some people lost power in the area. Because so when I say and the way they never be because so in reality after a while I never started to say a cabo and normal to be as a person. We are enthusiasm where you from here. Who the more somebody inside? I want to go the part of the world. We go inside. We know we are connected people. We are working accreditation into the inside. Only accreditation we volunteer. Nobody son. We are actually more inside Pampona. We are the proper delegates or invited guests and as a media. We go inside. Interaction says how they say. And then we are super enforcing. We normally show go and we normally say. Maybe you want to share the call. I'm saying, but then you're going to know what you say, what's your normal to call. If you're going to say something with you, and some of my smart people can say balance. Maybe they will go back to them and somebody will go back to it, and somebody will go back to the farm, back to the weight machine. And now I want to go in one say, give us a couple of months after this national delegates conference. Once the normal things will fall in place, and the normal best start to prepare for the MPP. Okay.
And I don't know what a car and advocate here, you have to see, and it's some amendable constitution. Yeah, it's a proposal as a bar is over 300, but almost all the time I can 56 some person will consider like if say there are more opportunities, you've been sleeping, eating the constitution of New Patriotic Party. I think when I would say, the parties is here, over to recommend the Congress.
Oh, there's a lot. After all, some people say, next time you meet someone, all of us made contributions. All of us made submissions. All of us made proposals to amend the constitution. It's on say over 300. And we must streamline it. I forming committee say over 300 proposals and we are receiving. We should move a year relevant. Some years, just that can be relevant too. But constitution is a living object. In the same way, we are behind the factors that you two some year. Improvement because so. And Kebenya and Kebia and one man, one vote. Yeah. But look at the number of MPP voters. Yeah. And now no 2020 election in Anabinasi over 6 million. So the meeting. The best announcement organizing we say perform to a Ben Namra. Who don't know into the process. Internal Sentinel, one thing at a time. Now we are looking to expand the delegate system. But you have to do this limited expansion. So limited expansion. And you see a BMU say, I call one man, one vote, and I say, Npp Emra, or the BMU, I'm not also, the belief in inclusiveness, inclusivity. So be sure how to come here. Teach you know, for instance, in my capacity, if I'm a parliamentary candidate, or we call a parliamentary candidate, we call region a parliamentary candidate for about 20 years. Yes. Now some go to trouble on count because on your current executive. Now we are parliamentary candidate to baby. Who would when you mark two platforms? Before some of them look up to you. Our influence, or better than you decide to be a civil on count. We have a DC, where Papa, where development, our district. Now we got trouble, so be a department. Oh, if you are district one, constituency one on count. If you say we are. There are provisions in these proposals former MPs, former DCs, former parliamentary candidates, the former constituency executives, and even some of police these are identifiable people. And you record what did you be our party pay, in Tiaku and somebody has a BMU, I think of phobia can I think of the account. When you Mabua, I'm a Sebio, every secretary and Manoman to Naba from Okotoba, do Tomaphobia to Abba. The same one 554 Tomaba, Obiako different, you say, we might never intimate to Abanibi. But can you give Obia to about Ghana, Bibiana, so the mission? Nina, I recognition. You know, a inclusiveness. So on your representation, no, we say party won't feel. Now the only thing I want to come let my boy be united my cabo about the party, let my brother Ghana. Okay. There's another one amendment here, my very no, but see the national coordinator, no, yeah, and national. And then I had the last amendment number 56. Yes, yeah, 56. By a book beneath us here, the national coordinator, the idea of the bylaw is being defeated. And I see a focus on Zongo communities, Islamic communities. Since national coordinating office the Bible, you would the impact be at the Npp Patriotic Party, especially the last elections. We saw NPP so we lose all the Zongo constituencies name Islamic constituency. The national coordinating office, no, a dear partner, a dear thing they say who here says maintaining the national coordinating. No, it's important. Let us say maintenance. Ghana and Ghana, no, almost every community you Zongo. Every community, your settler communities, Zongo crowd, settler communities. Obia said be originally not on field. Now, so I'm saying, a horse has or dosso, and the Jumabi at the Nabaho, and I never be a tour and I know for being to so bad account. And we need to reach out to these people. And don't I hear NASA organizers now, or Muajuma, so to me, and not necessarily say ABA Zongo, but the settler community, no, account. To be a settler, and so on, is really a Muslim. So, what the Michanasi? Open in the constituency, the law of settler communities, apart from Zongo's network, you Kusasi, you Kotokoi for Onu. Your Anguna for your Dagomba for your other communities are almost too fine about Juma because of this and the Juma equality and how maybe or Tana and the Juma bit Makoso. We need some people focus when they focus on me said the old women organizers now focus is to mobilize the women and keep up the women so that and it's this national coordinator and national organizer to organize all the settler communities and Zongo communities. No, intimate people, no, and the ideologies of the NPP. What's the difference between the coordinator and the organizer? They want to shift from coordinator to organizer. Yes. The thing is, NPP constitution, yeah, NPP is a tree. There is a tree. It's what the constituency example. The women organizer, the youth organizer, deputy youth organizer, deputy women organizer, the deputy organizer. Only now report to the organizer. Only now say organizer. No, the organizer report to the general secretary. Now they say coordinator. There's some sort of exclusiveness because only the coordinator. The two people say for organizers in the for organizers in boys organizer, deputy organizer, women organizer, youth organizer, and deputy Nasa. So the same organization of the settler community. Until when it doesn't take anything to change the title from Nasa coordinator to Nasa organizer. The four organizers are also to Nakobi. Now dear we are and I see my day so to be the catcher and cough on. Also to me about the catcher and cough on. And then the idea behind to change the name from Nasa coordinator to Nasa organizer. You better CP. Let's have the Doma Shasi Omoto about it. All right, we are Frederick Champo. Or parliamentary candidate at the Npp Patriotic Party, our Afro Southeast. And about who said, what they said, you're not an actual commandment. Amendment to what's money cano Sabre amendment no Omashase Omo Kanwasemwa Nenya Alhaji Odinga, yes, Alhaji Odinga Bodinga, yes, Alhaji Alhaji Kasagu is saying Kasabu what title of Yanya Alhaji Bodinga Alhaji Kawa title of Masha Field Masha, yeah.
Me a former Eastern region 3-time first vice chairman of the party, and Mr. MC of Abuakwanov, immediate pass MC. In the party, I'm assumed from the polling station, Eba constituency, and electoral renew. The constituency second vice chairman for 2 terms. Answer Namiba region, the second vice chairman for 1 term, and Mr. first vice chairman 3 consecutive times. And in Ghana, who were the longest serving regional officer of the party, Alhaji Bodinga, and
Alhaji Wukase Obia, what's not party much a parma, and now maybe more cocoa share date to say, Nyamea Domwa, Bopasamuko presidential candidate for 2028 elections, Bopasamuko on January 31st, 31, our 2026. Nanipa the Brace as a more promo 1 time ago. Obia what partner from scratch, we'll go through all the ranks, no. Catch Sadia no more the Bible to me about the early presidential candidate for the Bible now.
Before my question, I said in Pipamu Npp Constitution, you say any powers are able for the flag bearership of the party, and no the constitution no mandate to the National Council members. And actually, I say when the party ever in opposition and out of government, 2 years before the general election, and I some man to me say the constitution a flag bearership it shouldn't be no less than 6 months before the election. So it's in line with the constitution, and the duty of who if one organizing the flag bearership contest National Council and then and the constitution article 13 the National Council may verify the date of the contest for the flag bearership. And to me, the highest decision body of our party is a National Council. And this year, National Council and same. So, National Council, even from today, they can review if they want. One bet me either September. So G2 normal National Council the election of the national flag bearership September, and no only said they have a time frame of 6 months grace period of opening nomination. There's almost 6 months of opening nomination there. Obi betimi ediako bisa the eligibility of the flag bearership. The National Council have decided, say by 31st January 2026. It's in line with the and the wisdom of it is July. Yes, any moment from this time, from July no January, it will be 6 months. And to violate they can give a go ahead for the national executive. Say MBA nomination from today up to, and they are in line of the 6 months.
Okay, so that's why I say in line with the constitution. One can also support that idea.
Me support to power.
Now NPP had a crisis meeting. Now Ora Kojo Pianim, Kwame Pianim, Kojo Pianim, former chief of staff, Obini now no say I said more premo hododo flag bearer and Numenuya because party not a heavy defeater, a bimba Ghana, Yabako Semuda, Sefa Batumwa, and Tesaka Saben and Munya Butre, number 2 was party from scratch, from ground. That can be a Abasro and I don't know what is it. And no, me was from Pianim and Pianim. Wamu all decision Amukayo. Wamunya, yes, Anka, Ebetimia, and yet any backing from the National Council.
So anti-sanke bibia ojuwomuju say it need to your friends and it should have gone to the National Council so that the council will petition to the National Council. Now we must hear the wisdom of it. And no, when we the two, no, the wisdom of this, no, as superseding the constitutional mandatory action I demand National Council. It's not individual. The party is bigger than each, more than any individual. So, the mandate said amendment nobody can change it.
Okay. Now, what happened in our Eastern region? I want to drop a percentage. It's to be calling say, president of the Eastern region, and the movers and shakers of the party, Ebino Wankasa Alhaji Bodinga, and Kofobi and Nimomwa, what would the control party from Eastern region? The number before that drop points and as a percentage. Now, could be expertise Eastern region decided to this. What happened?
What happened? The same thing happened in 2016. NDC drop vote our stronghold in the northern regions, 5 northern regions. That is how they are 3. One would drop here, and they drop at voter region. Every election I will be called, and in the sense and so you see. And secondly, Ghana practices a sitting government. Ordinary ATS, maybe you best make sure say you best hand it over at your mark a legitimate elected somebody from this party. Who share from Jerry John Rawlings? Soldier ni obedi ye ho 11 years. Ye ko ba ye ko democracy over on atade. Upon near ya 8 years. Ni toba who kai say the menka ye nyina yaw. Fifi atame so kopeja ni nsa. I work trade declaration. Say me toba ni your friends say Fifi atame. Muntu manu upon near Rawlings ye nyina e wo ho. Ghanaians decided as a ballot na ye kotua. There's no way we can vote for him. And I vote to a tutiano. Emma Ora Kufo Beye Omampeni. Musha Omampeni Ora Kufo Npp. And Yama oh yeah Npp free maternity care. Capitation grant.
At the national level, the communication officer shall be designated the director of communications. Mr. Chairman, the appointment of communication officers has in many instances been fraught with a lot of challenges occasioned by perceptions of favoritism and lack of candor. Making the positions elected will afford the party delegate opportunity to select persons that they think can best communicate for the party. For the avoidance of doubt, the deputy directors of communications shall remain appointed. Respectfully submitted, Chairman. Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 10. Amend Articles 710 and 97 of the Constitution to prevent party officers who get appointed into government from continuing to hold their offices. Justification. Party officers who are appointed into government should not be allowed to hold dual positions. So long as they have accepted the appointment to serve in government, it is recommended that they focus on their mandate in government and give opportunity for other equally competent party members to occupy their positions in the party. It is also in line with the provisions in Clause 10 of Article 7 and Clause 7 of Article 9, which are intended to ensure that government appointees do not hold constituency, regional, and national executive offices. Chairman, respectfully submitted.
Delegates, those in favor of motion number 10, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 11. Amend Articles 726 and 924 of the Constitution to provide that any vacancy that may occur for whatever reason in the case of the constituency secretary and regional secretary shall automatically be filled by the deputy constituency and deputy regional secretary.
Chairman, the recommendation is as follows. The deputy constituency and deputy regional secretaries, just like the substantive constituency and regional secretaries, are also elected by the same delegates at the same conference. The deputy secretaries should be able to occupy the positions of the substantive secretaries in the absence of the latter. Respectfully submitted.
Delegates, those in favor, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 12. Amend Article 727 of the Constitution to give voting rights to national and regional officers at the Constituency Delegates Conference at the constituency they hail from.
Chairman, the amendment strengthens the connections between these officers and the respective constituencies they hail from, where they may also serve as patrons and source of logistical support. This amendment is also geared towards the proposed limited expansion of the Electoral College pending the one-man, one-vote system.
Delegates in favor of motion number 12, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 13. Our respected and distinguished delegates, with great respect, shall we have some calm so that we carry out this exercise diligently and faithfully. Thank you. Motion number 13. Amend Article 727, 925, and 10.2 of the Constitution to provide that the party shall hold constituency, regional, and national delegates conferences every 2 years. That is biennially instead of annually.
Chairman, this amendment looks at holding timely but necessary conferences across all levels of the party. There shall also be sufficient time to hold other equally important conferences within the period before the biennial conference. Where it becomes necessary, an extraordinary delegates conference may be called. Respectfully submitted.
Delegates in favor of motion number 13, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 14. Amend Article 727B of the Constitution to give voting rights to the electoral area executives at the constituency biennial delegates conference.
Currently, electoral area coordinators and all polling station executives have voting rights at constituency delegate conferences. The proposed electoral area executives, made up of the electoral area coordinator, to be now called electoral area chairperson, and 4 other executives should also have voting rights at the constituency delegates conference. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor of motion just ably recommended, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 15. Amend Articles 729 and 927 of the Constitution to allow constituency and regional secretaries to present reports on the state of the party at the constituency and regional delegates conference with the prior approval of the constituency and regional executive committee as the case may be.
Recommendation. Constituency and regional secretaries are the administrative heads of the constituency and regional secretariats of the party, and it is appropriate that they present a report on the state of the party to the constituency and regional party, respectively, to the delegates conference, with prior approval of the constituency and regional executive committee as the case may be.
Those in favor of motion number 15, say aye. Those in favor against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 16. Amend Articles 729 and 927 of the Constitution to require the statement of accounts to be presented by the constituency and regional treasurers at the constituency and regional delegates conference to have received prior approval of the constituency and regional executive committee as the case may be.
This amendment allows the constituency and regional executive committees to scrutinize and give a stamp of approval to the statements before they are presented at the delegates conference. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor, delegates, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 17. Amend Article 7.
No, 17. Motion 17.
Delegates, I know you have your booklet.
It shows they've read it.
And you have also read it.
Yes.
So permit me to also read it, then you can respond. Thank you very much. Motion number 17. Amend Article 730 of the Constitution to provide that the Regional Executive Committee shall appoint persons other than polling station, electoral area, and constituency officers to supervise polling station and electoral area elections. Delegates in favor say recommendation, sorry.
Dear delegates, please hear the recommendations. The recommendation is that constituencies are directly involved in the compilation of the album for organizing polling station and constituency elections, and therefore it may be prudent that supervision of these elections be taken to the regional level to absolve it from any conflicting interest. Chairman.
My fellow delegates, those in favor of this motion say aye. Those against say nay.
The nays have it.
Yeah. That is the beauty of our democracy. This time, the nays have it. So motion number 17 has suffered a knockdown. Motion number 18.
You are secretary, so make a note.
Amends Article 8 of the Constitution to specifically provide that the external branches shall have 3 representatives on the National Executive Committee and 5 representatives on the National Council.
Chairman, the party constitution under Article 8(5) grants the external branches representation at the National Executive and the National Council, but does not indicate the number of representatives they should appoint to serve on these bodies. This amendment brings clarity to the number of representatives the external branches shall have on the National Executive Committee and National Council. Respectfully submitted, Chairman.
Those in favor of motion number 18 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes once again have it. Motion number 19. Amend Articles 8 and 13, 11 of the Constitution to specifically provide that all former and current executives of the external branches shall have voting rights at the presidential primaries.
Chairman, the amendment seeks to extend the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to promote inclusivity and broader participation. This is in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Delegates in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Motion 20. Amend Articles 8 and 10(2)(f) of the Constitution to specifically provide that all current executives of the external branches shall have voting rights at the National Delegates Conference.
Previously, Chairman, only 12 executives of the external branches were allowed to vote at the National Delegates Conference. This amendment allows all of them to vote, promotes inclusivity and broader participation. The amendment is also in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Those in favor of motion number 20 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Number 21. Amend Article 9 of the Constitution to include Regional Electoral Affairs Officer, Regional Research Officer. At this stage, note the decoupling of the two. Regional Legal Officer, Regional PWD Coordinator, and the Special Duties Officer as part of the Regional Executive Committee.
Chairman, this is in line with the proposed limited expansion of the Regional Executive Committee.
PWD I explained early on is persons with disability. Those in favor, delegates, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 22. Amend Article 9(1) of the Constitution to expand the composition of the Regional Executive Committee members to include constituency secretaries.
Constituency secretaries are responsible for all administrative matters at the constituency level, and it is only proper that they are a part of the regional executive committees. Chairman, this is highly recommended.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Number 23 is a new provision, Article 9(1). Amend the Constitution by inserting a new provision to create a regional steering committee composed of the regional officers, chairman of the Regional Council of Elders, and regional parliamentary caucus chair.
The proposed amendment aligns with what pertains at the national level, where we have a national steering committee, which is the body in charge of the day-to-day administration of the party at the national level. The regional steering committee shall also be responsible for the day-to-day administration of the party at the regional level. The regional steering committee system shall facilitate decision-making at the regional level. Respectfully submitted.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 24. Amend Articles 9, 10, 2, and 13 of the Constitution to grant voting rights to the regional and national TESCON coordinators and the TESCON president from each recognized tertiary institution in the country at the regional and national delegates conference respectively.
Chairman, the regional TESCON coordinators are in charge of coordinating all the activities of TESCON in the various tertiary institutions within the region. It is only proper to grant them voting rights at conference, just like the executives whose activities they coordinate. The same principle applies to the national TESCON coordinators. The specificity on the TESCON president, and not just any representative of TESCON, avoids the usual challenge with validation of the representative from TESCON. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor, say aye. Against, say nay. The ayes have it. 25. Amend Article 10.2 and 13.11 of the Constitution to grant voting rights to the TESCON president, and not a representative from TESCON, from each recognized tertiary institution at the regional and national delegates conference.
Chairman, the specificity on the TESCON president, and not just any representative of TESCON, avoids the usual challenge with validation of the representative from TESCON. Recommended.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 26. Amend Article, this is a new provision, amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to include the consideration of position papers from sector committees of the party on key developments since the last National Delegates Conference at any current National Delegates Conference.
Chairman of Conference, the proposed amendment allows the National Delegates Conference to not only focus on speeches and election of national officers where necessary, but to also consider and debate reports submitted by the party's sector committees on key national issues and to pass appropriate resolutions on same. Highly recommended, Chairman.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 27. It is also a new provision. Amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to modify the composition of the sector committees under the National Executive Committee to include both members of Parliament and non-members of Parliament, as well as their functions.
This allows the party to marshal its available best brains to serve on the various sector committees, whether or not they are members of Parliament. Recommended.
Those in favor, delegates, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 28. Amend Articles 10(2)(3)(e) and 13 of the Constitution to make all members of the National Council of Elders delegates at the National Delegates Conference and the presidential primaries.
Chairman, considering the indispensable roles played by the National Council of Elders, they deserve more representation at the party's highest decision-making body. In any case, per Article 16, the membership of the National Council of Elders shall not exceed 30, out of which 15 are already members or delegates to the National Annual Delegates Conference. Motion number 28 is recommended, Chairman.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 29. Amend Article 10(3) of the Constitution to increase the representation of the National Council of Elders on the National Council from 1 to 5 members, including the chairman of the National Council of Elders.
Chairman, the National Council of Elders is the foremost advisory body of the party and therefore ought to be adequately represented at the second highest decision-making body of the party.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Number 30. Amend Article 10(3) of the Constitution to provide for 4 additional standing committees and enable the National Council to create new standing committees as and when the Council deem fit. The new 4 standing committees shall be the Electoral Affairs Committee, Communications Committee, Political Strategy and Policy Committee, and Security and Intelligence Committee.
The proposed additional standing committees to be created are indispensable and crucial in supporting the National Council and, by extension, the entire party to function more effectively. The amendment also grants the National Council the mandate to create additional standing committees as and when necessary.
Delegates in favor of motion number 30, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 31. Amend Article 10(3)(a) of the Constitution to expand the composition of the Finance Committee from 6 to 10 members, in addition to the National Treasurer.
Chairman, this amendment expands the composition of the Finance Committee in order to enhance the effectiveness of the committee.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 32. Amend Article 10(3)(2)(d) of the Constitution to expressly provide that chairpersons of standing committees and directors at the party headquarters shall have voting rights at the National Council and consequently vote in the presidential primaries.
Chairman, this amendment admits chairmen of standing committees and directors at the party headquarters into membership at the National Council with voting rights.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 33. Amend Article 10(3)(4) of the Constitution to include former majority and former minority leaders to the composition of the National Executive Committee and National Council.
The National Executive Committee stands to benefit immensely from the experiences of persons who have once led the party's parliamentary group as majority or minority leaders. This motion is recommended, Chairman.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Motion number 34 is a new provision. Amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to provide that the National Executive Committee shall, in consultation with the presidential candidate, develop the campaign structure and establish a campaign advisory committee to oversee the campaign team.
Chairman, this amendment deepens the collaboration between party and presidential candidates. Respectfully submitted.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 35 is also a new provision. Amend Article 10 of the Constitution by inserting a new provision to specifically provide that the national chairperson shall at all times be the leader of the party.
Chairman, the proposed amendment affirms the position of the national chairperson as the leader of the party at all material times. Respectfully submitted.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 36. Amend Article 10(5) of the Constitution to specifically provide that the national chairperson shall chair the party's campaign advisory committee.
The national chairperson, as the leader of the party, should chair the party's campaign advisory committee to enhance collaborative work between the party and the campaign.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Against, say nay. The ayes have it. Number 37. Amend Article 10.4.2 of the Constitution to increase the representation of the Parliamentary Group on the National Executive Committee from 1 to 3, comprising the leader and 2 others, one of whom shall be a woman.
My chairman, the Parliamentary Group is a critical organ of the party. It is the group that champions the party's policies and agenda in the legislative arm. The amendment seeks to increase the representation of the Parliamentary Group on the National Executive Committee. This is strongly recommended, Mr. Chairman.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against say nay. The ayes have it. 38. Amend Articles 10.7.3 and 10.8 of the Constitution to provide that the National Treasurer shall report to the General Secretary.
Chairman, it is the view that the General Secretary, as the party's Chief Administrative Officer and the Chief Executive Officer of the party, who has superintendence over all officers except the National Chairperson and Vice Chairpersons, should exercise superintendence over the National Treasurer. The amendment aligns with the administrative structure of the party.
Delegates in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 39. Amend Article 10.10 of the Constitution to remove the President from the composition of the National Steering Committee of the National Executive Committee.
The Steering Committee of the party is in charge of the day-to-day administration of the party and should comprise only the 10 elected officers, the presidential candidate, the parliamentary leader, and the chairman of the National Council of Elders.
Delegates in favor of motion ayes have it. 41. Amend Article 11 of the Constitution to include a provision requiring the need for the body to be constituted by the Executive Committee to recommend removal before the summoning of an extraordinary delegates conference for the purpose of removing an elected officer from office and for specific timelines for the removal process of such elected officer.
Chairman, this amendment brings clarity in the removal of officers and avoids the convening of an extraordinary delegates conference without recommendation from the body constituted by the Executive Committee.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 42. Amend Article 11.7 of the Constitution to explicitly provide guidelines and procedure for the removal from office of an appointed officer or executive to be done by the relevant Executive Committee with prior approval of the immediately higher Executive Committee.
This amendment, Chairman, clarifies the process for removal of appointed officers. Submitted.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 43. That's a new provision. Amend the Constitution by inserting a new provision to provide that national officers, ministers, deputy ministers, CEOs, and other government appointees who fail to contest to become a parliamentary candidate of the party in a constituency with a sitting member of parliament shall resign their positions at least 12 calendar months to the national general elections.
Chairman, this is to ensure fair competition and a level playing field to all prospective aspirants for the position of parliamentary candidate. Recommended.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 44 is a new provision. Amend Articles 12 and 13 of the Constitution and insert a new provision to grant voting rights to former members of Parliament, former parliamentary candidates, former metropolitan, municipal and district chief executives, former ministers, former deputy ministers who are card-bearing members of the party at the parliamentary and presidential primaries.
The amendment seeks to expand the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to promote inclusivity and broader participation, and is in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 45 is a new provision. Amend Articles 12 and 13 of the Constitution and insert a new provision to grant voting rights to former constituency executives and former regional executives at the parliamentary and presidential primaries.
The amendment seeks to expand the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to promote inclusivity and broader participation, and is in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 46. Amend Article 13(1)(6) of the Constitution to provide that national officers, ministers, deputy ministers, CEOs, and other government appointees who fail to become the presidential candidate of the party shall resign their positions at least 24 months to the national general elections.
This amendment, Chairman, is to ensure fair competition and a level playing field to all prospective aspirants for the flag bearership slot.
Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 47. Amend Article 13(1)(9) of the Constitution to completely abolish and do away with the special electoral college and super delegates system.
Chairman, the special electoral college system, which was introduced in the 2009 constitutional amendments to shortlist aspiring presidential candidates, is believed to have outlived its usefulness. This is recommended, Chairman.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 48. Amend Article 13(4) of the Constitution to provide for the election of a presidential candidate when the party is in government to a date not later than 18 months instead of 11 months before the national general elections.
Chairman, this amendment, if approved, will give the party's presidential candidate an extra 7 months to campaign before the general elections. Submitted.
Delegates in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 49. Amend Article 13(11) to grant voting rights to 5 members of the Constituency Council of Elders and 10 members of the Regional Council of Elders at the presidential primaries.
These constituency and regional elders are members of the constituency and regional delegates conference respectively. Polling station and electoral area executives who form part of the delegates to the constituency conference have been given voting rights at the presidential primaries. The exclusion of the elders is an omission which should be rectified. Respectfully submitted.
Motion number 50. Amend Article 13(11) of the Constitution to include 30 national patrons and all members of the National Council of Elders to be part of the presidential primaries.
The National Council of Elders is the foremost advisory body of the party and therefore ought to be adequately represented at the second highest decision-making body of the party. The national patrons also occupy an important position in the party structure. The expansion of their members in the presidential primaries is therefore appropriate. Respectfully recommended.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. 51. Amend Article 13(11) to grant voting rights to 5 constituency patrons and 10 regional patrons at the presidential primaries.
These constituency and regional patrons are members of the constituency and regional delegates conference respectively. Polling station and electoral area executives who form part of the delegates to the constituency conference have been given voting rights at the presidential primaries. The exclusion of the patrons is an omission which should be rectified.
Delegates in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 52. Amend Article 13(11) to grant voting rights to 1 TESCOM patron from every recognized tertiary institution in the presidential primaries.
52, right? 52. Chairman, this amendment allows for inclusivity and broader participation. This is in line with the proposed limited expansion.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 53. Amend Article 15(3) of the Constitution to make all female delegates at the National Delegates Conference eligible to vote for the position of National Women Organizer.
Chairman, the current regulations on the election of the National Women Organizer is not inclusive. This amendment, if approved by conference, will allow all female delegates, I repeat, all female delegates, to participate in the election of the National Women's Organizer. Recommended, Chairman.
Delegates in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 54. 54. Delegates, delegates, delegates. Delegates, delegates, delegates. Permit me to read.
Take the motion. Take the motion.
Hello. Mama Kromyedi. Kromyedi. 54. Amend Article 54 of the Constitution by defining youth in the Constitution to refer to a member of the party who is not above the age of 35 years.
My chairman, the age limit for youth per all the international conventions and national laws shows that the highest age limit is 35. The UN puts the age bracket between 15 and 24 years, the WHO between 15 and 29, UNICEF between 15 and 24, the ILO between 15 and 24, the African Youth Charter between 15 and 35. In Ghana, the National Youth Authority Act, Act 939, defines a youth as a person between 15 and 35. My chairman, views on this motion are very divided.
Distinguished delegates of conference, those in favor of motion number 54, say aye. Those against, say no. I will take this vote again. I am going to take this vote again. I am taking this vote again. Delegates in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. Nay! 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 Conference. The nays have it. Meaning we revert to the status quo, which puts the birthing age of youth at not above the age of 40 years. 55. Amend Article 54 of the Constitution to make youth delegates at the National Delegates Conference eligible to vote for the position of National Youth Organizer.
Chairman, the current regulations of the election of the National Youth Organizer is not inclusive. This amendment allows all youth delegates, I repeat, all youth delegates, to participate in the election of the National Youth Organizer. Submitted, Chairman.
Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say nay. Well, the ayes once again have it. Certainly, This is the last motion. 56. Amend Article 15(5)(de) and related provisions that refer to national coordinator at all relevant levels. To refer to the national coordinators as coordinators as Nasara organizers.
Chairman, by the nature of their functions, Nasara coordinators should be referred to as Nasara organizers, just as is done with women and youth organizers.
Presiding Conference Chairman, General Secretary of this great party, before I draw down the curtain on this National Annual Delegates Conference, I'll read.
We didn't vote on this one.
Oh, sorry. Those in favor of motion number 56, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. I will now, for the benefit of conference, read the sunset clause, which is ordinarily referred to as the transitional provisions. And this has been drawn by the Constitution Amendment Committee in line with the existing practice. Whereas the National Council of the party has pursuant to Article 13(1) of the Constitution scheduled January 21, 2026 as the date to elect the party's 2028 presidential candidate. The National Annual Delegates Conference has on this day, the 19th day of July 2028, adopted the proposed amendment 2025, adopted the proposed amendment to expand the Electoral College for the election of the party's presidential candidate to include all former members of Parliament, all former parliamentary candidates, all former MMDCs, all card-bearing former ministers, all card-bearing former deputy ministers, all former regional executives, all former constituency executives, all former branch executives, all the members of the National Council of Elders, the members of the National Council of Patrons, regional and constituency patrons, regional and constituency elders, and TESCON coordinators. The National Annual Delegates Conference has on this day adopted a proposed amendment to expunge the Special Delegates Electoral College from the Constitution. The term of office holders in the party from polling station to the national level has not expired. I repeat, has not expired. Accordingly, the prospective members who are to be afforded the right to form part of the structured offices at various levels by elections shall have their rights held in abeyance until upon the expiration of the tenure of the incumbent office holders. Now, therefore, it is proposed that for the avoidance of doubt, the effective dates for the new amendments
relating to the additions to the polling station executives, electoral area executive committee, constituency executive committee, regional executive committee, and executive committee shall be after the January 31, 2026 presidential primaries. However, as adopted by the National Delegates Conference on this fateful day, and given the fact that the dates of the conduct of the presidential primaries have been set by the Constitution in accordance with the dictates of the Constitution, the provisions pursuant to the new amendments on presidential primaries, that is Article 13, particularly the expunging of the Special Electoral College and the expansion of the Electoral College for the presidential primaries to include former executives, former regional executives, former external branch executives, former members of parliament, former parliamentary candidates, former MMDECs, former card-bearing ministers and deputies, TESCON coordinators, party patrons and elders, shall take effect immediately. Shall take effect immediately in order to give effect to the decision of the National Council and the National Delegates Conference in respect of the presidential primaries. This motion, which only seeks to bring clarity on the effect of the adoption of these amendments by conference on this day, is hereby moved for the consideration of conference. At this stage, distinguished delegates, those in favor and all in favor of this motion, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. It is my desirable pleasure at this stage to say to conference that our duties as the Constitution Amendment Committee in respect of today's conference has come to a close. Nonetheless, it is instructive to notify all delegates that the preparatory work for the drafting of the new constitution or amended constitution pursuant to the adoption of these elaborate constitutional amendments would begin in due course. We thank you all for the support and cooperation afforded us. God bless all our distinguished delegates. God bless the great NPP party, and God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. And we shall always be bold to defend and resist the oppressor's rule. Thank you all very much.
For Yamamuna Akwaba, na National Delegate Conference, the Npp Party, University of Ghana Stadium and Masubusu Abutie na mo shadow. Now amendment proposed amendment best 56 already two done in ano. You come on a best and you repent and on TV and Yantum. Now and he said on my way on my chair speakers are carrying at the back. Now somebody Reverend Opoku Echampo. Reverend Opoku Echampo, a senior communication aide at the back of Reverend Echampo, Reverend Makwaba. Now, acting national chairman, amendment here by Mubes Imunu and Omanyantum. Now, Adia Bakwa, a young Emma, and say, we share amendment Bakwa Efa, the youth organizer. Senka youth organizer, and Osha Ghana, a youth policy, we started from 15 to 35 years. That's the National Youth Authority for Acting. Sade Echeyen. The Edientina Ghana NPP constitution, it is in line with the Ghana constitution. Now the Ghana constitution features act to be a bear or parliament to be as part of our laws. Now act parliamentary national authority act actually say the youth policy no started from 15 to 35 years. Now more constitution no want to be say youth organizer started from 15 to 35 years. But more than 1% can be or 35 or youth organizer.
Say near the kind of MPP party no a traditional party. Now tradition no some nyoma bebre yen penin fo ansam a omo kan ye edito ho eno ne ye de aye adwuma bepem sabre enti se ekoba se afi omo percent san bi ba edifa eno ho a esan se nipa ne bebre no esusu se yen tradition sa na tienti no na ye hu ne se yes ah but Ghana constitution near Eka say youth here from 15 to 35. Meaning say Osha age 36. Ahokeka will be to say one nimono. So who yin free youth to one. Edum rebi ayana wahano. Because between 35 and 40 no nipa bebre wa hoden pa wo mutumi di adwuma se mebro enti to me say ye carton wo 35 kwan bi so no me woni say waje nipa ne tumi ni bi afre ne nsam wa ho enti Ghana constitution and yes ya ne say up to 35 but say MPP you want to say
National Authority Act and a man from 50 to 35 years.
Yes. Oh, you want to say any partner who are doing a big suit who bet you I do myself. Yeah, man. Many are some new and I am planning for us. We're being unfinished here. Diana was up about you. As a wife, remember no more. And Bruni Ekasayet, I said life begins at 40. And Udru and Fia Diana near Hosampa. Well, round penny. Me home from should be a party.
Now, one Casaro, and Robert Betty 2 million now, Betty 2 about 56 amendment proposals on the buyer. A move base 54 or Mujitu. Sa 54 in now one Casa personally now, Ujitu say, yeah.
Minian say. Amanyo samwa ye no ye de nipa na ye ena me baaye bibia ye busame afa dwumade hu me say the highest decision body at the party any ye wa ha ne na enipa dodo gibibi tomo a woni hwan abeka se no de me de na me nginto enti about 54 yaji atomo amendment no say Reverend Kase owo bibi etia na nya no kre because nipa dodo na party ni kuta wo mu ni ye de tumi ahye yensa ni ye nyina agi atomo say yenfa sa na nya adwuma enti me de misu say dodo na ye gito but ade a me eye me den say almost the 56 proposals nearby 56 no enipa wa ha to me de wo tumi a kyerɛ sɛ mu mienu de ɔmo nye nto ɛni kana ɛfɛ we kyerɛ sɛ yɛne ayɛbaayɛ no obi amfa ne tumi ɛntiɛti obi a ɛfa ahodie so osha baako sei wɔn kan no ɔmo anti ne yie sɛ nkurɔfoɔ sɔre yɛ so ɛnyɛ clear because na voice no ɛsisɛ saa enti ɛno na kyerɛ sɛ yɛne ayɛbaayɛ ampa ɛnɛ yɛde yɛn tumi no ayɛ adwuma na wei na kyerɛ democracy
na yɛbaayɛ yi ansa na mo ba bɛba no adeɛ baako a New Patriotic Party na edi eyi wɔ radio ne television so obiara kana dwere de fa ho ɛyɛ saa top to down approach na mo pɛ sɛ mo de yɛ mo elections no sɛ mo di kan konkoyi the flag bearer ansa na mo bɛ the national executives ansa na mo de aba fam na adeɛ na nkɔfo bebree kasa tia ti yɛ bi no ebi sɛ bia nke bɛba de pie ha sei na ke bi a mato so aba ama no why disappointed na when you disappointed why disappointed aka kyerɛ again ti na why disappointed so when you disappointed that saa approach na kasa wo bi so
that's papa na ebia mpanimfoɔ bɛ kyerɛkyerɛ mu because everyone was saying saa ɛno ne nkoa ne deɛ yɛse neck a decision a wɔma take no obi ntumi nka ho asɛm
national council
wow traditional yɛde ayɛ adwuma menka ne sɛ from 92 ɛyɛ sɛ yɛto aba firi aseɛ ne yɛde aba soro ba wei deɛ yɛkɔto soro yɛto soro no yɛ ne yɛsa yɛabɛsa ne fam na afei ne yɛato fam adeɛ aba nanso sɛ mpanimfoɔ ɛhyɛ saa na wɔmbɛyɛ no a dɛn a ne yɛbɛtumi aka but at the end of the day ɛyɛ adeɛ baako ne yɛpɛ ɛsɛ yɛbɛnya presidential candidate meti ha yi mekasa ma yɛwura onumunyamfoɔ Brian Achampon yɛ papa Brian ayɛ n'adwene sɛ ɛkwan bi a mpanimfoɔ bɛfa so ne yɛde bɛto presidential primaries wayɛ krado sɔ bɛkɔ enti ɛnɛ yɛ a yɛabɛyɛ a wɔn awie congress yi na wɔn amfa saa asɛm no ama na wɔn sɛ no na wɔn de yɛ adwuma no yɛfiri ha yɛn nso yɛte asi fam na yɛakɔyɛ yɛ adwuma ɛna wohyɛ mmerɛ nso korɔ mpɛ sɛ yɛto aba no a to me ɛno deɛ wɔn atietie bi mu fa ahodie so kakra because afoforofoɔ a afei ne yɛbɛbɔ no na sɛ yɛwɔ abosomi 6 pɛ ɛne yɛde bɛyɛ campaign because yɛsɛ yɛnto aba no January na sɛ wokɔ race bi as a presidential primaries na woyu so 6 months ɛne yɛde atɔ 276 constituencies masa sɛ nyame ansɔ nipa no mu a obɛbreak it down ɛna wontumi nkɔ no baako pɛ ɛnwie ɛsɛ no nti no wonsan nkɔ hɔ bio ɛno ne ade a ayɛ haw kɛseɛ nanso saa na mpanimfoɔ aka
na yɛbɛtwa de o Brian ankasa ɔba ha
oh yɛ papa Brian ɛna manfoɔ abɔagye ne so papa ɔhyɛ aseɛ every university roundabout hɔ ɛna ɔno a ɔsi fam sɛdeɛ bi mo ba wɔn ti kaa mu ɔsi no ɔno deɛ wɔyɛ aberante mu no mmɛburo ne grassroots nti wɔba wɔsi fam firi roundabout ɛna ɔnam fam na manfoɔ gye ne baaba yɛde ne baayɛ sɛdeɛ wunim no ɔkɔhyɛ aseɛ firi last stand a na ɛyɛ diaspora stand US foɔ no stand ɛna ɔde nam musa ne nipa bɔgye ne so bie utumi usampa Brian Achampon campaign no nkrofo agye atom Brian eba as a unifier ene wo hwe MPP a unse mu akyekye paaye afa bi akogina baabi afa bi akogina baabi mente me ho ase no amani pa bebre abamu abu hwe eno ka ho ne yelusu election ba Brian Achampon edamufu a Brian obi a wono wo hwe na manyo sembe pem sabre ya me nhyɛ dante so bi ka ne ho asɛm kwambɔ bi aso na akwanya wen ame ye hunu do ani power de ma no enti osi mu na manfo bɔgye ne so ne we no di adanse ya pa se ene nipa bebre wo ho a so omo se Brian Abadi a ombesan aba MPP ebi gitna akra so omo nto aba biem but ene enti afa akwa akodi ba bi foforo ya nti ya wase afa akodi ha no be pese safo ni nyina ebe kan bom no omo aba abedi Brian Achampon achi wo tumi adi nkono di amai
Rev ede yesi ye bera sipa say ye tie safel waba
me da se me
wish you all the best
me da se
pa the champion so e campaign ni na
sa pepe enti ye tie se form
yeah that is okay we e Reverend Opokwe champion e senior communication aid edema owura Brian champion and what say ye no atwetwe enkomo no sabre yeguso na aha e Kessben 92.9 MHz Kessben TV, DSTV channel 364 and Go TV channel 121. Sabre de bewo ora Malam Isa Ababiu National Identifier Group at the new Patriotic Party. But you can National Identifier Group na e dey.
Okay, we don't say. Mefa akonya so chia identifiable groups nyina national identifiable groups executives and members nina titru Ashanti region IGA Ashanti region identifiable groups me chia obi biara me chia executive nina ya ka say national identifiable groups oba MPP amanyokuo yi mu a se bi omo pressure groups ekuo ahodo a ewo form a eboabo adoma no edema party no ene from national identifiable groups ebi ti say Nana One Touch Dr. Boris B omukuo no Nana Pepeye Adum Petty Traders Baumia Fan Club Friends of Onyina Friends of Untumi sa ekuo ni nyina no ene kekabo ma ye frɛ mu identifiable groups.
Okay, yeah short aka. You can't friends of Dr. Mamudu Baumia.
Yes.
But you're friends of Canada Japan. So
yes.
You're friends of Bia Brother Champo.
Yes.
So obuni na aka hu bia na.
Obia.
Aduma be na ya mo ye.
Aduma ya ni say yen ana sebe ye on say ye si dan a ye si free form ana ye nwene kantan a ye nwene free form edua betimi aso aba ejina ni hini de be eso eti yen ana ye wo form a ye boabo adoma no edema eye party no enkanka ni say ebra beduru say ye be ko abato abremu ye be rura enkronkromu enkurasi emiamia baabi a na ya hwe say osono amanyokuo no ebetra eye abanya so ebere biara sabe party no aduru bina ye koto eye general elections pi no na ye na party no so recognize ye so hwa enche ye general secretary ayo nmunyamfo Justin Kodia or the krata bi beto abonten ansana ye pa abajokuo a ye fa sebi Professor Makekwe edito ano se omu anante na omu enhwehwe mu enye total of investigation efa abato ye course 2024 no submission no amoton krama ye se identifiable groups yes ye fa submissions emra for constitutional amendment enti echere se party ne ye rebe recognize economic kind Tama na Sabi Justin Kodia wa Ashanti regional organizer. Oni Samia wuku trade fair eno mbeka kuo ni nyina bo mu ne kuo no ayi ntasem kakra no eye yempeni for the say eja say a wukọ eye bantama Mrs. Ledapa enua ene mpeni for pi eno mu sha se ene abeduru yenso yeso a yeguso ede eta osono amanyokuo no achi
na the way how kan no abo bantama o kan no abo Ashanti regional identifiable group no situate Ashanti region kwa na say na we ka say national
yes.
Na national no mu obi ewo western region mu obi o western north greater Accra ha mu obi o other regions no
me da say wo hwe MPP amanyokuo ma na ho den ni pa wo Ashanti region na Ashanti region identifiable groups ni bi wo ho na de wo ho no edoso eche region kan ni mu nyina na Uba Eastern region, Uba Volta region, Greater Accra regions ni nyina ewo ho ene yen Ashanti region e bai by a baby party Jumadie no a greater Accra half one pan bay a dose home you sue just a region bia you 16 regions and a war maimu you were 276 constituencies and a war maimu baby Piara identifiable groups near the bay oh a quality and what 36 branches equipped to say Nafop equipped and what 30 branches it means here 20 branches the only Bikurano na 5 branches. Actually, say so far 276 constituencies are your Ghana idea by Biara identifiable groups no ewo.
Okay, then I will come be say Professor Michael Kwe committee no na omo investigate e kwan ye fa so a e ma new patriotic party lose election 2024 no. Na omo to omo sa the from say the constitutional amendment and normal going forward. Party the person big good form na multiple do could 2028 no. Omo to sa the from some form adventure. But then amode coin. Yo
me da say esan say e form no ana party na holding ejina na sabi omuntimi nya bibia nso nyi form no nyede bay emfiri mu enti saabuo ni pepa omode maaye no yanso so de form for ne pe ene de form for ne hia homu no ene edi gu enkrata so edi ma empanifo ye no achikre say press conference sanse enkrata mu no petition empanifo e betima gaze bia enkrata ayira ba mfrema mu de enyira na yansama ye de tu dwa no AAP de edi kan pa ne pese ye expand electoral carriage no ye nim say ye chechire party na from the base, you know, I have 5 constituency executives, near call electoral area coordinators, near call constituency, near call regional, near call national. And na Jesus say 5 delegates a war polling stations, Ning number expanded, na yanya behind the bay, account nanka form for Nidia, omo percent card bearing member be at near the bay, at 12 money be quasem party, and no pound and form for near the bay, epe, and I say, Sanya Sampa, can expand at least, can call bay 15, the 2 clatter mudia, AMU, it does some Bama Quine, I'm a card bearing members, neither bay, as a size of franchise internally, and I say, Ombe Biema Kobe 15 polling station delegates. Nanso yeba no yabe won say penifo akwa setna abodo hu bia abase
no my disappointed ana
okay yanka say yaye 100% disappointed because party ni yechechire no eyeden ya untimi nsa kokromotin emopo na disappointed ni nyina gina say enka first time in our political history there cause some consider a form for no said you mo tonkra edema say yemfa your constitutional amendment yemfa your submissions mra no mo mfa nkeka no mo mfa nkoye constitutional amendment ni there na wo say ye de call ye nko mo ye de bai omutie ye tie beka ni say fa ba bi no ya very very disappointed but yam can call 100% say obu nso de ma yam penifo no.
Okay, so in this case you are in a bad way.
Okay,
let's identifiable group no man to say bia but the better aspirant to be achi would want to
no identifiable groups no ejina brepa ni say e party ni ku a ye kodema party no obi biara party no de ne beba na emom no say o hwa currently form for no ni groups no omunyina ye adwene say ye pese kan ye de ne ba eno de sabio enya se mimi code na na pepe empenifom de umba de otiwe wonim no same na one touch de ogina we onyina friends of onyina active fan club o mam de mo ba ha nyina ye different but ye koye meetings ha ye confirm ne dia I can boldly tell you say me fans you e form for ni nyina say amopeke de Japan.
But and a secret campaign for Canada Japan.
No, we are not. We are not doing any secret campaign for Honorable Canada Japan. And the Quran said, "Sebi, an empty sack can never stand upright." But no, enti I just saw the BB at the bay. Ashim ti party no. Ayale, I was here number drew. Tia number drew. I was here number drew. I am by the bay. Abetoye. Enti dia form for no drew. Musi ya nom. Ame ya huntoye no. Aye Canada Japan dia. Na was say yenina so no. Ya hwe kwa ya bebua. Amasa a drone inside the bay. Aka ama.
It is a control say we Canada Japan timi ani nkunim na any other candidate bi ebebedi kunuma e form ni na o pe Canada Japan na want timi ama wo dia san na be ka kire no
oh the woman say media me hwe the air course wo form na mpanifo ka say omo e free and fair elections party a say so electoral college no bebre abeka ho say akọ 7 and after the former MCs former MPs ni ade omunyina so be ebeto abani bi so 56 motions na baby bebre no kire say expansions kakra ide be abeka do na nya de ye peno no but the government say yara it is a ushema sa dudu ya yakọ akonyan
any said your form for any can you can't say your two about free and fair elections there. Massa, be bien was you can say.
I'm not talking about second baby now winning. I may say a Kobasa second Japan to me winning.
Yes.
Oh, as identify group. Yes. Obia group Eka. So, for my dear son, I'm a catch and you're no second packet of the Japan.
Okay. I took a question. I say, and a quarter of Homa party no. Anna Kennedy no say one man winning. Anna Canadian to me are winning. Canadian to me are winning. Candidate Obebano party ni shame no obi ade baby aye dinachi but say spirit ni now ne de obi an to me fa Kennedy bra. Me da say.
That's a better Malam Isa Abebio. Nyakopo ka o pa chairman and the national identifier group. New Patriotic Party na mate say yana na twetwe kobaro wakasa pa o say identify group no obodi omo conform a identify group ni say ni o chire mo che say fan clubs ahodo wo New Patriotic Party omo nkabo mu kuom ni na aka omo ho abom nationwide na o say omo conform campaign the New Patriotic Party say omo person omo kokoto aba na omo conform a de nkofo kan say omo kokofa owura Kennedy Japan enfamra etina chese no ye da se kwabe da kwamba fi atena se eja kwampe atena se eja kwampe mame mo akwa babiem se eja obo ka be betime mi se simbu aka se bibia abada wiye anesa kwame ye mo ne tofa 56 amendments.
Okay.
Emu two no mantimi aniantu. Adia ba kwa na menu mi ni e ka ho asem. The youth age no and for the youth organizer no. Na the mu bi ni e ka say okay as I say should be in line with the national youth policy. With the national youth authority no act no say youth I want this country no from 15 to 35. I said should have been in line with it because the Npp constitution also in line with the national constitution. But I'm about to go. And na officer ma delegate ni botugu ye.
Because delegates ni bidin koma. The obi e kan say wo hwe senior youth no esi etia. Youth no omo hia obi a sebe na ne eden. Obi a ono nso obi a sebe na dream abobio. Because when obi kasa was say na obi onya 35 there obra ben anu abo because e be 35 for no kwa na obi okwa be afena na watumi awie university
yes youth
but
youth do be am say youth bebre mo obra
yes but the issue ne say un say omu hia obi a youth no ne mpanifo nyina na kobomu adwene ho what you say sebe ye wo fie nyansa ana ye school nyansa ye wakola bi wa sebe akola we dey na dream do eno wo ho ana ye wakola bi wo wa na pani bi wa pani we dey na dream no youth na say oyo obi a wa dream edo sana na onu omudi nkomo mo pre etre e wo se obi a sebe se o ka say odi bibi to ho a oni panifo na dream nyina eyepe de nti a wo mo e ka sa ne say wo hwe at the age of 40 a kofi me clear me na more than 40 years
abai ka bi a youth organizer
this my youth organizer somewhere ma worry obu akwa bi a the year of 35 na me worry what am I say na me say dan ka say abrabo no me say da aboni ye but udru 40 and I say from 36 37 going to 40 no utumi say yes again no 7 I am penifo again okay che say onya ebetumi aboa enu go fi say buza dia omo about agu but I am there
ade ba ko a later me dwene ho so ne say ebi ana obi wo 35 years or qualify na ebi a person kokojina oji ani wo wini the following 4 years I don't cut to the swab.
Yes.
Maybe I know or be at 39
years.
That's what
4 years. That's
39 years. Extra me a capacity be here the Juma. At that time, this one be a person or elevating no organizer.
Okay.
No organizer no the Juma or you know, as you are strong, but we be a combination here.
Yes.
Maybe I near Baba Canasa, near Quack of the Pabo. Okay. Maybe you say and on the bet me up when I patriotic party. But yet the another one so I will go to be here. I don't know about what to be that was say yeah about the police station as I say region etimi you be region by constituency level that's how the party be supervisor almost just side na a creative program at the party no
who is go fi me ko ati as in 2020 John Boyd no power there's 2020 me boa yes sa who say sansem be on the ball no we have been santi atim north almost say on e chema untumi ana ye ya na yes eye ne yoma bi okɔ baby te sɛ ɛyɛ akwatia sɛbi menka manfo yaw ɛna skumi ɛne amase wɔn se ɛyɛ jɔnbuadu mu ɛna ɛyɛ no mom de ntansa bi bɔ no ne nyinaa yɛ sɛ mpanifoɔ no ɛkɔɔ hɔ ana sɛ mo tumi ɛwɔ hɔ ne nti saa na bibi saa esi yɛ nti wɔn sɛ me na ɔmo yɛ adwen yɛn nyama constituency foɔ no anya ɔmo adeɛ me na mo constituency no mu enipa yɛ na ɛse yɛde ne kɔ wɛn wɔ hɔ abatoɔ so da wɔn firi nkra ha ɔkɔ asante akyɛ mpɛtɛnsa akɔ akɔka deɛn woni mpɛtɛnsa nto mu region ɛna me kyerɛw no fine obi ɛwɔ kumase soame wɔyɛ secretary ɛwɔ hɔ wɔnim asante akyɛm pɛtɛnsa ezongo police station wasɛm wate ase wɔnim nipa no a yɛde ne ba no anaasɛ deɛ ɔmanfo no so wɔpɛ no wɔnim no ba wɔn mo hɔ no a na anim no nto ɔmo akɔkɔyɛ ɔmo adeɛ a adwum fine bɛba sabi yɛse berebere ma amane ama wankɔ hɔ a yɛmfa ntansa bi amo nti ɔmo no yɛadwa na baako nso a obi mu sɛ no so ɔmo ɛspa bɛyɛ no sɛ ɛyɛ CEOs ministers na ebi nipa ne bɛpɛ ɛyɛ presidential ɛwɔ sɛ 2 years for some ɛyɛ me de papa me bɔ nsɛm ɔmo ɔmo de sa proposal kɔ bɔ nsɛm ɔmo papa ofi hɛ ɛnɛ ɔmo a sɛ de ebi ɔmo 18 months that was almost 2 years yeah saa nkɔfo yɛ abi ɔnɛ ɔmo nyinaa kɔ PB a obi wɔ hɔ a sɛ de no yɛ minister sɛ ɔwadwen sɛ ɔbɛso wɔ kɔ a obi ayi no so ɔyɛ minister no ɔbɛyɛ na ɔma bebree o ana dem ka no ntema sɛ anya sika agu hɔ ministry wɔ no kura yɛ so ɔkɛ yɛ adwuma no ebi asa atam de san na ni suade hunu no nti ɛnɔma bi aso ɔyɛ kora no ebi a wɔnhyɛ da nyɛ ɛmoa ban no dem ka no ntema sɛ yɛtete bebree sɛ nneɛma bi ne ade ne ɛmubɔ din nti sɛ saa bia no so ɔbɛ sɛ ɔyɛ yi a wokɔtena fie mienu wa wobɔ ɔbra usika kakra wanya no wudi biara de be campaign fie me ne do de wa
ba ye de sa no a ye nkan kofo bi nhye because obi wo hono ma ebi ana the niswadu ni se on pe ebi a so person ye president ba enye animadi mu yi a e no person bi o ye president etie bi a me chief executive ana se me minister afei ye ko be se 12 months to the elections but we just we say no baby ade ne kono se me na metimi aboa e na course ne ba se me na metimi aba e sa no a ye nkan me nhye
akofi yanka won hyeye me no party no na me say de omo adwen no ana me so me ka bie omo adwen nyina ne say e basa sabe say bia obi abada be ye minister obi aba CEO say da me ka no be pesika egu ho say me de ko akwakoye campaign
okay
obi a ono so tu no ho efiri form wa anye position bia e wa ban no na mo wode sika boa party no fiti ase grassroots ni ade saa nipa no sɛ wo no nyina de sika kɔ a wosisi no covid democrat ma sɛ ko party no aboa wo amwanya sika mmɔ saa nipa no so no ne sika aboa wo businessman a ɔno nso wa kyira na wo pepa so wo kɔ no ɔno no eduru saa na wo anya mfa so bi a ɔde sika boa ti mfa so a bi obetimi anya reward obetimi anya ɔwɔ bi a fellowship na obetimi be wini abɛyɛ mampani no dem kana to ma sɛ eno ɔmo ya dwen sɛ obɛyɛ MP obɛyɛ DC wabɛfa mu a once ni nyina na baba be president no ya dwen ne mo party ne say eduru saa bere say ya 2 years resign na kɔ
yeah all right Kessben 92.9 na Kessben TV and I'm also so amutie no your NPP National Delegate Conference I say University of Ghana
so I had there. So was having cover first. And I will be
honorable Yawasei Educhum, Bosomche constituency member of parliament, and then Wamabeka and Sanadino, and your honorable Wasei Educhum, honorable Yawasei Educhum, honorable Sebajano correct. YOE. Yes, honorable Yawasei Educhum. Honorable, welcome to Kessben FM. Now, to see Mr. Jumediani now, but 56 amendments are more. Yes, sir. Okay, honorable Yawasei Educhum. ye share the normal na ye na atwetwe nkomo ye de bedi nkomo be se for about 10 minutes na ye bebie nsem so ekakra na mumre bi so be kai se enche na papa yi wo de beto Ghana for ni na anim se bread so na se new patriotic party for ebie nomination is obi ankofa forms na onko contest the presidential slot na odon so obekọ akọ jinabi ene ade eno se yebebisa na wonsem ba ko mienu bi na ye de ato aso ni se betimi akọ quickly yes yeah honorable yaw on say adutum for tie for be kai say ye ka double track papa yi ene de ebai se de bia ye kan say we minister ene de o presidential candidate and I say o president no ni so adu hu kwa na so de aduma we minister e say o ho so wa so do ani so adu na o te boa o president na o man ekoyi honorable yaw o say adutum is the brain behind the double tracker ebaya you can say the free senior high school and of course the step to so and you will see schools be our Ghana no and no say honorable yaw say edutum honorable mo akwa baby
me ni arrange so
okay so catch ye conference here by kofo ni age na ye to abanu ye no kofo si NPP agija afelu sadanche a kofo si party no adequate ma mo opposition no must state one factor say party activities no na enkoye o party and my management team who ready bibia who say na national delegate conference ya moba na annually but you say what they call biannual say 2 years na person boye no e basa no ma party activities na enkofo ka say party activities no na monya ne hwehwute ma na enkofo hu party no eno ma na mo ye no masade ne actualize science ma na sa enkofo yi ke say moba be 2 years
minia de omo ne say me emrasero joni ye to abawie ye me ka se me come impeso aso na akoda me nkrofo ase kra me call so bia se ma me te efi krom hofo ne se yen de party yen dia utwa ye moje mo kra be hu MPP eni ebi bia nanso ye kra se ha etie ye hu de party no eye wa ha ye nye meeting kra ne afre international level de no kra de 2 years enya hweo na mom de hia pa ne se wo be ma obi a otu kroma o se party mani age ho se ho be ka ho na wa free meeting wo polling station nyame boa na me be ye frabera ansakra na ye meka essential polling stations ye meetings at least every other month bosumi bia mako bosumi mienu bia polling station mu ekuro ban na wonye meetings a wonye nhia mu ekuro ni timi gina de ntina ma so etim na wotwe wuhia ukura wo kwasore efiada wo kwasore ntina bible se munya mo hu nhia mu da na wontimi nte party a polling station nhia mu wonye si enkoto aba polling station nhia entimi mo mu de sa wo kan nhia mu na ne nhia mu hia pa polling station nhia mu a be ya ama enipa na hu se yenso ye kan wona nkwai se nipa num no and party ne yo mo de a polling station we are delegate at the chairman say we be gina ama obi enti say party no ewo members and san wait me abeye delegate we are executive for enipa kuro wo ho na udi o manim na endimi nkoba say wo party a ewo executive for any members ewo polling station enti adwuma so na esase yes abro ni say bekoye polling station na wo be na area for ayihyiamu near the account mo hye na me dey hear me pay polling station because about when you need a polling station so polling station tete pan someone wo by this time ye be kura ni mu near esase en say polling station bia che nipa o man to aba wo ho no mutimi busa e den na wan be wan to aba na o mas mo be ka no amaye hu polling station bia asem ye soronko wo hwe de wo report mu a wo be twa ya na in cases in broni be ka say wo generalize wo fa obi a de no aka say dodo na aka say sentise na tie na nsu bia wo be ko bosomhwe no polling station bia ne asem a wo ebi a polling station bia akra ba bi wo ho no mu a na member bi ema mi wi wo ma nkwaye ena nkrofo say sa kuro we say wo do ho kodom kra na wo ma mi wi obi ema kra say ne de ojo kuro na na ma mi no ama de wo asem wo
Enunti and I'm a person and Dr. Yao Duchum. You bring a welfare fund for the party.
Oh, okay.
Welfare fund
for the party. From police station level.
All the way. All the way. Now, say, what did you do, Sneya? As I do, Snee be cut polling station, the funding. And Sana, we call a Binswako area constituency, the Abekana Abba National. Sebasana, polling station be out on footwalk. A bank, I know when I have so there, Nanso, ya Jessica, a typical to be account to. I'll be who says so be who can a car, or be Yari. Nene ma ye den manua yetimi de boa no na wo pese ejina ye pa na wasa ye a scholarship fund wo de boa party for ankran creating dom sika tum eja ban sika na watimi de aboa enipa amomoma so enya ba bia gina ese so many people who say wukum ohoma party na party no so ebre a eniema nkoyie ma no yenso betimi aso nsa de betimi adan Abuao.
Okay, Arabo Yanchadie. Yebeba a national delegate conference. Adia Baku and any public a couple of outside. And far the decision party not taking some over top to down approach and whatever to Maba. Somebody can control the flag bearer, the Swaba and Sana, the other executives Mapa. Yeba has a no coffee says I didn't back amendment to Monekibia. Maba yes and no na mo shout na na mo but e ba ha no ya mama meto sade ya hu se de ka ho enti ma bi sa o are you disappointed say sade no man fan kan o say o man fan kan no e ka kire say sad decision stays
de minnu say wo ba ya man yo ye kure mu a ye wo ade bia ne ba bia ye si ehun gina anase make ehun decision bibi ohonuma na ye next for na ye bibi ohana council on na enti ba bia ne steering committee nso wade a mutimi ye den eye bibi oho executive to make decision bi eno ye different am the steering committee to make decision juma bi nso hona person ya mutimi ye ne ho enti mran eda kuro mu eno om de ye adwuma enti eba ebra ye beto aba national council for NC say adua enti ebi on ma na conference NC so dua enti bia me gina bia ejina baabi a esi so dua me ye de adwuma enti constitutional review committee no omo enhyehyɛ bi omo ye bia no omo de constitution na eden eto ho na omo hu baabi a esi dua ema utim hu say oh yes sir utim hu say ne be ye no enti eye ade a constitution review committee omo de emra na eden atoto ho omo de aba emrem eba no bibi wo honom na se binum ewo ho adwenkyerɛ a ekwan wo honom nipa betimi ye ekwan otimi fa so a wo betimi nso a petition and now betimi akase bi a national council ade we ye no ho bibi ye na asɛmra no kyerɛ sɛ ye ho bibi enye wi a me flag bearer aspirant there said the tie bia mi gina sanke mamboso me ba kokora nk me gina na di nkunim
to the support idea
me say the ebesie bia no mi gina
na yenhwe e say the confession say from gentle and confession say they will like him president before and who say and our campaign we shall say for about a month near now the to Ghana for him say o person we gina na NPP for to swaba now go to Frank Adabo 2008 we share campaign as a responsibility.
Oh, many are response no eye I call sentiment baby I'm free now share Crawford ho keka no say eye I will call other regions we call north we call western north Volta ukoti bono ahafu region bia savannah baby abeko bia no Crawford bi ho no a Dr. Duchum ho asem hia on pa me ko fa nipa nim kakra bi di me ko so nim twa photo and Crawford mahum TV so ene no mahum me Dr. Duchum enye minti ene mani abre minti a kamtra buchire ohiani ba me doko kwa ase na nyame aboa me makọ pia buchi memu a ma nkọ prabroni be broni mom na pra me be broni na ba me ho na obebu sam se fa madwuma keminya we sen eduru bi ana mfi se dae na meso na afi mi sori a se sa de no enye dae na ba bi anyame de mi kodu ye ne de meye na nso man pani na na ado e ka kire me se me pa acho bra be boa ni enti a ma madwen si pipa me baaye no eye nwumasua ho mfaso fi se me ebra nyame ye madom a me pass a common entrance na nso me ko high school secondary school jaache pram so 40 cities ahimfa na papa enya bi me ba pata bi an ka se na hiam na koko maya koko fo niska September okofa koko okofa ska ahimfa samre no montom koko kra bank na bank amano busia o dimidi na chichiri nkrase sa no ekrafo hene yakoba bi opabusia obi ani bi ni bi hwa na obi mini odi machi no ka se bra wasem ya reho na me wo preko kese bi o ha fa no me ye won preko mo dia ma me nti koton na pa men ska me ko ja se koton na me nye sika kotu ya deposit e ko ja se from so ansa na me ko sis from Okumase high school me nam sa kwanya yin so akopi America na America kwa me fa so anko me nua no a ono eto ni preko ma edu time ono ko secondary school no na sika ni hobiem eno oni me nua pani ekotena nkwanche unim Kumase a the ark the oak plaza be bi ono eho enkwanche na samre oak plaza ma ho so does need to go na oni me nua pani ba ko ye cane chairs any bamboo chairs their friend rattan chairs no and kan ko osi omo ye no enti eho ena me water no me pon school anam no makoye adwuma ye ma kwan ya me no mo na ye adwuma nkwan chen ho abrofo na to cane chairs ne panto am nam te bro am kodi ano lecturers no stop ho no hu se me ko school water ka na yo nwanwa say a university na atin kwan che ha na wo yesa adwumi da kwa me kwan na me nua na ka say bra wo na fufu e ba ha wo so mo ko school wo Germany ada na amu am na me nkobie na so me ka wo tire mu no pie ma no a kamenti ha me ka wo tire mu say obi a wo form 4 e no wie e de no akọ Germany akosua de e ho na me nya nyanse say ebi a okọ Germany no aka chon so obesua German language no kwan ye university bi on beje no we could share application man within 6 weeks na ya fa no so onko Germany na fe near ne here pa no say here foreign bank statement abrochire bank statement Ghana kra busuani bi oni bi eye den abrochire bank statement menya bi na me ko run public hall enumere bi me madam fu bi na eko e na me ka kire madam fu no say kwabna say dey awe ho o say bank statement na bank statement nso ye abrochire den ena kwabena ko abrante bia otwa mu we ho wo say dimirika bai obedu ho no aso kan wo say me di we afi me wo unity hall room 618 me wo bank statement a wo hwe ni mienu beje baako e kwan be so no ote ye nkomo na ote ye kra no adenti ena o ka so obeya ma me odi man ben ne boso so na menua no abrochire na ono no koduru abrochire na Fraternal catering say fiscal bra me nsi da na o say da bi ma te say wo kwa America ni ma reko yama e na ono ma sika no kwa America koduru America be ye teacher ni afa America ban say wo wani swadi hu strong ko a fa krata bra na ma kwa na si school ma mu me ho say me ye bibini me de me krata akọ me hu ye no ni amam sika na me si schools for America na do ba ho no be campaign obe hu me no say na wo no ba ha wo si school ma bro fi bra na be bo ame de entia ma me ba say me hu sua na asesam hye bre na so obi nso say or the secondary school ba free dia adenti na me nya na be bo ni ma me ba enti na sua no wo kan ho sua no aka me fi se me hu say esese ni pa hye bre na tu ohiase ba bia na me free any baby amakoduro enyame adom enwumasua amakunu wiase maybe enwumasua papa babrochire mprenu me enwumasua mame babrochire ono babrochire na anka esimfi a ebi akogu broni bi ye me se fence wo na broni no ntete manka na mame hu jagu fom because yow na sabro so ya kromfo ene wanka ibreni no otiti anu eje gufo obeka da bia enwumasua me nipa ko hu bibia enka na ningu
honorable obeye education minister yeni na yemi aduma awoye why aduma pa because we have seen education ministers any adia say about we say by show education policy our to no ba you sure say aya na ofolo who yi bi say enoma bi o ma ya eye guda ebetimi ahye aduma obeye no mukin anase wo ha yem sure say aduma obeye dudu won ahwia no o ma ba ba criticism bi ebetimi ase
o say eni so ade ho yeso nko me no de nyame obo amen no say enwumasua no bibie ni ho amini minim bibia na afi na eba me kwa kosua ma trade ma run schools say headmaster masa abeye Fraternal me headmaster so mia ma ko Wall Street akwaji ska ho de schools for America me de me kwaya ho PhD no so me afa no education administration ba me international education to me PhD ni ma mi sua epuntum poni nyina kwan ho masua fa ya ebo a wo ti minim kwan Singapore ebe Singapore minim kwan South Korea ebe South Korea minim kwan China ebe China enwo masua mfiti ase STEM education om de to fapem China 40 o mani mfi aduanan no omonye third world biem enti me kan ho masua sama me nkase esua de ko me kan ho masua esesa oman
enti omo policy no o hwe bia enwo me ko so bi say teacher language exams say me no ka say omampani a direct say abolish 102
eni won de beebe o ha mebo o mabaso beebe a mebo o mabaso no say omo ka say o betwa double track mu no mo ba ye mu hu sa de pa no o ma ntwam
language exams
na ma menka no ye say mabo o mabaso language exams me be ye minister me hu say ebre na omo ye exams no emu ankwala no wa ko school akosua de time wa wu wie no a wo ye nso hwe a wo de graduate no eho an ideas no wo trim wo ye fresh eho na eso ye license exam en say wo ko fie kwatra ha na obi afro say baba exams enti me ma NTC for National Teaching Council e de emra eko eli eko parliamentary nye pinchin na ba ho no a ene nke parliament G2 mu a na nke yesesa bra ye de ye nso hwe no na ya ye no bra na omo ye omo nso hwe school na anoma ye no nso aka ho to kofi ana afi na be friend say be ye nso hwe foforo entimi mom de teaching license de omu twam a omo asai Ghana depa fi se men kanse obi ntukwa nkwa brochiro na nso ene Ghana teacher ni bia akodura brochiro ani amakrata asachirade fi se license kura Ghana no abrochiro fon so agitu ena license no na ma hu so se kane no nanka university nyina ehye Cape Coast for ase ene ebi ehye enkrofo bebre ase eyesronko enti wo exams back na ena ma hu se Cape Coast for there tech for there obi ade ye na wo ka bomo ya de kura na enti license de wutwa mu a wa ha o man me de wasefa
ada bode kwakwa mo je kwakwa mo Mr. we di chat on kwakwa mo no mo say mo amoye bi obi ho no mo minister bo amendment ya mo ba be obi a minister obi a chief executive so our person be our person to frank academy presenting party and so to resign 18 months before sad amuye obi wo no ma e be 18 months within that 18 months na dream man so say be our person ye president maybe a 15 months or 10 months or ne bibia hye say e so ye president ni pa no course na ahyase e ba sa no ye nka obi hyebre enhye ana say
many medical hwe ye wo kan mu ansa the minister say wo pusi obi anye minister and the samra no eni obi a face obi anye minister obi anye DC enti sabre wo mu inde me that be do na me president enti me retire me ko ba bia me kofi
all right that's it we honorable ya osei honorable ya osei edutum and I want to say Yedana Chichin Command, former education minister. On also and the member of parliament at the Bosonche constituency. And I want to say Yedana Chichin Command still live on 92.9 megahertz, 93.3 Kessben TV, DSTV channel 364, and the Gold TV channel 121. Midin Edinana from Ponziga, Yawo, University of Ghana, Omo Stadium, Aha and Yabo, ya bo pempi ye no shibom we NPP New Patriotic Party National Delegate Conference 2025 represented together with our values. All right. Our values. Okay.
An evil is coming.